call this meeting to order. If we can please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a salute to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of Mexico. This is a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the approval of regular meeting agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the regular meeting agenda as posted.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first, second, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. The next part here is, next item on the agenda is consideration of proclamation recognizing the Cobre High School wrestling team for winning the 2019 Class 3A state championship. Coach Rainy Minus is here with them.
Mr. Salas?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, I propose that we present the Cobre wrestling team with a resolution honoring them for winning the state championship this year.
I second that motion.
First, second, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Congratulations. Mr. Salas, go ahead.
You want to read the proclamation?
Ms. Bernadette, I'm sorry, could you please read the proclamation?
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners of the Board, staff, and the public. Whereas the governing body of Grant County, having learned of this accomplishments of the Cobre High School Indians wrestling team, does hereby extend its recognition, and whereas the Cobre High School Indians wrestling team won the Class A 3A state championship, finishing the 2019 state championship tournament with 240 points. And whereas the Cobre High School wrestling team is coached by Rainy R. Minus Sr., with assistance from Richard Marcus, R. Quintana, Randy Minus, Robert Rodriguez, and Gabe Holguin. Managers are Ian Jimenez and Andres Rodriguez. Whereas Isaiah Marcus, sophomore at 113-pound class, Esteban Molina, sophomore at 120-pound class, Urban De La Torre, senior at 138-pound class, Alex Holguin, sophomore at 152-pound class, Marty Gutierrez, freshman, 182-pound class, Leon Behee, sophomore, 195-pound class, captured individual state championship titles. And whereas Gavin, freshman, 106-pound class, Isaiah De La Torre, sophomore, 126-pound class, Zeke Solis, senior, 132-pound class, was able to take second place. And whereas R. Quintana Jr., freshman, 160-pound class, Dominique Espinosa, senior, 220-pound class, Regan Arzola, senior, 285-pound class, took third place in the respective weight class. And whereas Izzy Hadiki, junior, 145-pound class, Rudy Villanueva, senior, 175-pound class, took fourth place in the respective weight class. Now, therefore, the governing body of the Grant County extends congratulations and recognition to the Cobre High School wrestling team for their outstanding athletic accomplishments and exemplary sportsmanship.
Thank you. Can you inviting the wrestling team to come on out?
Congratulations, all the eyes are on you guys. We're all watching all the reports, all the Facebooking coming in. It's a big accomplishment for you guys.
And now you get to pin one of the commissioners. Pick one.
Turn around and take a picture, they'll take your picture.
Maybe you guys can kneel in the front and the commissioners in the back. Kneel. Also, kneel. Yeah, because...
At the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Eso.
Again.
Proud of you guys.
I heard you were driving
Kids are boys.
Again, congratulations, great job. Moving on to the next item, the recognition of P&M employees, the certificate of gratitude for the P&M employees.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you all remember last Thursday, actually, I think it was now. Yeah, so a week ago today. I went to bed, as is my usual habit, pretty late, around midnight, and the weather was absolutely frightening. It was freezing rain and snow and very high winds, and it was the kind of night that reminds us to be grateful of the things that we usually take for granted, like a warm home and a reliable electrical service for medical needs if we have them, and just for convenience if we don't need them for our lives. Sure enough, the next morning I woke up and got on Facebook, and there was a very long discussion of an outage that had lasted quite a while in the region, affecting hundreds of people. And that's in my district, so I was quite concerned about it, and spoke with some people who had been through it. And it had gone off, electricity had gone off in some houses around 10:30, and in some houses didn't come back on until after 4 in the morning. And there are folks out there, you know, who are on oxygen and need electric service. When the battery runs out, they're in trouble. And others, of course, who use electricity for heat. And it was very cold, so they needed that. And the overwhelming sentiment on that discussion really impressed me. And it was not anger, but instead gratitude for the linemen, the linewomen who are out there in those conditions, restoring power. And I was inspired by that to ask for a certificate of appreciation for all those folks who work so hard all the time that we normally don't think about to provide us reliable electrical service. In this case, in our area, P&M. And so I've asked for a resolution to be drafted, a certificate of appreciation. Bernadette, I wonder if you'd be kind enough to read that.
Whereas many residents of Grant County depend on electric service for heat and medical equipment, and whereas nearly all Grant County businesses require reliable electric service to function, and whereas the week of March 10th through the 16th featured severe weather including high winds, freezing rain, and snow, and whereas weather conditions caused electric service outages affecting nearly 1,000 homes in Grant County during this time period, and whereas P&M employees from Grant and Luna counties withstood brutal conditions to restore power as quickly as possible throughout a service area of approximately 3,900 square miles. And now, therefore, the Grant County Commission expresses its deep gratitude to those workers for their extraordinary efforts in ensuring dependable electric service even during the most challenging of conditions.
Thank you, Bernadette. I move we approve the certificate of appreciation.
I'll second that.
No further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye. Well, I just wanted to say that I know it's your guys' job, and it's a hard job, and you've done this many, many times. And sometimes you don't get the appreciation that you deserve, and it's a different world out there at night when it's lightning and it's raining and the wind is howling. So, thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I vote aye.
Aye. Sorry about that.
And I understand there might be a number of folks who came. If you'd all please come forward. Love to take a picture with you and give a certificate.
It's good to get it out of once in a while. To go with the
Who am I presenting to?
Where's the board? I'm right here. All
Once again, thank you, PNM. So, moving to the next item on the agenda, item 6, early intervention provider services in Grant County, Amplified Therapy Incorporated. Ms. Adam?
Okay, well, first of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Autumn Bruton, and I am the CEO and president of Amplified Therapy. And I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to come and speak to you today about early intervention. When preparing this presentation, I tried to give you guys some highlights of the program, and of course, if you have any other questions, more detailed questions, please feel free to ask me. And I made some assumptions about things that you might be interested in hearing about, and I hope those assumptions were correct, and if not, you can ask me other questions in the future. So first of all, I thought that I would start with just a little bit of Early Intervention 101. I provided each of you guys a packet. It's in a black folder, and in the packet's that PowerPoint outline, but you also have a brochure that's provided from the New Mexico Department of Health FIT program, and then our brochure, and all of that information is a little bit more details about the program. So, first of all, what is the New Mexico Family Infant Toddler Program high level? This is a program that provides early intervention services and supports to families of children aged birth to up to 3 who have or are at risk for developing developmental delays and or disabilities. These services are provided at no cost to the families. This is considered an entitlement program provided by the state, and it's funded through a mixture of funding, including the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act grants, the General State Fund, and Medicaid Fund money, and of course some private insurance. So that's kind of a high level. of what the FIT program is. I provided you this graph because I really like it. I think it gives you a real general picture of where the FIT program fits in the state, in the early learning system. And in light of what's happened at the state with a lot of talk about early childhood education and the importance of that, I felt like as a body you might be interested in hearing about one of the programs that would also be included under this. And often when we talk about early childhood education, people immediately think preschool. But there's a lot more than just preschool, including our program, which is that Birth to 3 program. That really is a frontline defense for children that might be at risk or have developmental delays. If you have questions about that, you see that our program fits under the IDEA Part C program, the Early Intervention New Mexico FIT program. This program is statewide, and there's different agencies across the state that are administering this program. A little bit of overview. I think this graph is also in your brochure, but it gives us a little high level of what happens when a child or family goes through this process. Once the child is identified, there's a referral process and an intake process, and then the family goes through a comprehensive evaluation process. This entire process takes about 10 hours of work from our professionals. During that time, the family is provided with a comprehensive evaluation that includes things like vision, hearing, a developmental assessment, autism screening, all kinds of things. And the family will be provided at no cost to them a comprehensive report. In this report, if the family is eligible for the services, and the eligibility criteria is similar to that of a school, for those of you that are familiar with school special ed, the state mandates what that eligibility criteria is, then the families go through the process of being able to accept services from us. The family will participate in an individual family service plan. That will be where the team members with the family will come up with a treatment strategy and identify the service providers that would give them the services to meet their needs. The family experience is every family will get a CME, as we call it. Every family will have a family service coordinator or case manager in some of the other settings. And if the child qualifies, every family will have a team of service providers that will provide them services. The services that are provided through this program include assistive technology or adaptive equipment help, audiological services, developmental instruction, family therapy, health, medical, nursing services, nutrition services, occupational therapy service, physical therapy, sign language and cued language services, social work, speech language, and vision services. The transportation is something that the state has told us is going to kind of go away, so we don't offer that type of stuff. This program to us is amazing. I know that we're biased, but I have practiced in the field of occupational therapy for 19 years in this community, and we felt like this is the place where there's some huge gaps and our families need us, and we could do a really good job to make a difference. So I thought that I would give you a little bit of information about who we are as a company. We are a family-owned business. I don't know why that picture looks like that, but Bo actually looks a little better cropped off there. We're owned by myself, which is Autumn Bruton, my brother Bo Bradbury, Shallico Bradbury, his wife, or she was Shallico Means, and my father, Edwin Bradbury. We're born and raised in Grant County. All three of us up here graduated from Cliff High. My dad graduated from Cobury High, and basically I'm a fifth-generation Grant Countyan. Our story was, as I kind of said, we had practiced in the field. I had and I recognized some gaps in the service areas, and I felt like I had enough experience behind me to be able to start a business. And it was kind of our game plan that we would be able to do more. Or I felt really passionate about that. So I called my brother and his wife, who were living in Cruces, convinced them to move back home and start this business with me. My dad, the way he got into the business is our first year of operation, I didn't have enough money to payroll our business, No bank was going to give us any money, so my dad, who had just retired from Freeport after 38 years, took money out of his 401 to help us payroll our first 2 months of operation. So that's how my dad became a member of our company. So this is the part I think that I really want you guys to hear, is that our vision is that we want to be the premier pediatric healthcare provider in our area, in our hometown communities. This is important to me as a lifelong resident. As I said, I feel like there were some gaps, and my biggest pet peeve is that just because you live in a rural area like Cliff, Mule Creek, Glenwood, Hurley, even our Silver City area, we should not settle for substandard care, or in lots of cases, just no access to care. And I just felt that we could do more. And I think that we are trying to do more. So the way that we're trying to achieve this vision is that currently we are operating in 10 school districts. We focus on the rural school districts that have a really difficult time getting service providers. And then in Grant County, we have a provider in Cobury schools, and we now have Aldo Leopold Charter School, one provider there. And of course, then we have focused on our early intervention services, which are the New Mexico FIT program. We are offering services in Catron, Grant, Luna, and Hidalgo County. And then we have future plans to continue to grow and continue to try to fill those gaps that are identified in our area. One such future plan is a pediatric outpatient clinic that will be able to provide specialized services, including our autistic population, sensory integration, things that we just don't have access to in this area. So, one of our goals for early intervention, I feel like the state takes data, and they collect data, and they formulate an annual performance report every year. And they kind of grade all the service providers that are out there. And one of my biggest concerns was, and one of our goals, is that in our counties that we're working for, we want to exceed the state benchmarks. So the state has different indicators, and they say, okay, this is our state target. We want X percentage of kids, for example, serviced in early intervention. And I'm going to show you, if you look at your handout, that's the graph. I'm not going to go through the entire graph because it would take too much time, but I can give you just a brief glimpse of what I did here. There's 9 years of data before we became a provider in this graph. And I chose 2 indicators. One, the indicator of what the percentage of kids that were serviced from birth to 1, and the second indicator, the number of kids that were serviced up to 3. And you can see that the state, on the left column in the darkened boxes, the state has these target indicators. Usually it's 2.5% for the first indicator, and somewhere around 4.5, 4.9%. And so I have taken Catron, Luna, Hidalgo, Grant County, which is our 4-county area, and then I've also given you data on our neighboring counties like Doña Ana, Sierra, and Socorro. And so there's target areas, or target criteria on the left side. And then on the right, where you see sort of the highlights, you see the performance report for each year. So at a high level, I just want to point out that you can kind of see that our area has been underserved for a long time. That first data is 2008, 2009. 7 out of the 8 indicators were underserved. So we didn't even meet the minimum state benchmark. And then if you look at the bottom at the neighboring counties, not only did they meet it, they exceeded it. So that has showed me that the state doesn't just cut off the funding once you hit your benchmark, they continue to fund that. And like Doña Ana consistently is an 8 to 13% service, they're providing that many services. So our goal as an EI provider is, I do not believe that we should ever not meet our state benchmarks. I think that we're in areas that have high needs, and we should be out here trying to exceed the number of kids that we can actually affect. And that is one of our top goals as an EI provider. Also, in the last 9 years, the data kind of average, we've serviced about 250 kids across all 4 counties. And I kind of want to give you a little bit of data of where we're at in our first year of operation. We've completed our first year of operation, and now we're into our second year. In our first year of operation, we serviced a total of 472 kids. Starting in July 1 to today's date, we are serviced 479 kids. So we're on pace to be about 550 by the time the fiscal year ends. And we're really excited about that data. That means we're almost doubling the number of kids and families that have the opportunity to take this advantage of this program. So the next slide gives you some unofficial APR data. Why it's unofficial is this has not been sent out in the public report card. It's not out to the public yet. So there's a little bit of data. This data is accurate, but it's not open to the public yet. So one exciting thing for us in our first year of operation is we passed all of our compliance factors. Our family outcomes surveys were all in, we were given 4s and 5s, which were the 2 highest ratings. All of our comments were positive. We were able to provide services to 472 kids total. And if you look at that APR data, we have one area, when compared to that other, that we're under the state requirement, and it's barely. We service 4.1% of the kids in Catron County, which historically it's been 0%. Catron County has had about 4 kids serviced in 9 years, and we've serviced 21 kids as of today. So we're working really hard to get our areas served. We're really excited about Grant County because we worked really hard here. If you look at these statistics, we're at 7.5% of the kids at serviced in our area, and that went from about 3% was kind of the average. So we feel like we're doing our best to try to, make a difference, and we feel like we have a lot more work to go, but we're really excited about that data. Our mission is we want to provide a superior pediatric health care service. We want to also be able to employ staff that are qualified and that will stay with us. And I didn't know if this is something that's interesting to the commission body, but maybe employment and jobs could be important to you guys to hear some of the information. Currently, I have 74 staff members that work for us that are either employees and or contractors. 32 of those individuals are committed to providing services just in Grant County. I'm not going to read all the names, but you see that I have a variety of staff members in each county, which is really important because historically in rural health care, if somebody doesn't like their speech therapist, that's the only one they have access to, so they're just out of luck. So we're trying to have a variety so that families have a freedom of choice. They can choose. Maybe that person just doesn't jive with their family. And we have opportunity, we have choice, we have variety. I was just going to give you a little bit, I don't know why these pictures are turning out like that. This is some pictures of our staff then. This is a picture of every year we started. You can see when it first started, it was me and my brother and his wife. And then every year it's grown. And now, which this is a horrible picture, I don't know why I'm doing that. This is my staff now, and great, looks great. We're working hard to build a place where people want to work. We're trying to use a business model that's a family-friendly model. We are offering flexible work schedules, competitive pay, high expectations, education training opportunities. We're predominantly a female organization. I think probably because most of the industry, a lot of females go into that field. We're trying to be a place where people want to come and work for us. I think that out of my 74 staff members, 71 have college degrees, most of them a bachelor's and master's level. So we're trying to attract people that will come and be here and live here and are vested here. We're also working hard to encourage people from here to go to school in these fields, and we're taking advantage of the work pool out of Western New Mexico University. A lot of our staff are graduates of WNMU. Things like our PTs, not because WNMU doesn't provide that, but we're encouraging. We have a student work assistance program where we help people go to school. If they're willing to come back and work for us, we're doing student programs. We're trying to bring people into our areas. I think we'll do a better job if they come and live here, as opposed to trying to travel from cruises or out of state or out of area places. We'll have more sustainability. We have 4 office locations, 2 of them are in Grant County. I didn't know if that's something that's important. Our gross receipts taxes come through Grant County, as our corporate headquarters are out of Cliff. We might be one of 3 places that have corporate headquarters out of Cliff. And my corporate headquarters has a goat pen next to it, so it's right next to my house. And so, but we love it because Cliff is our home. And if, at this point, I guess if there's any questions, please feel free to ask. I'm always excited to be able to talk about early intervention in our company. We're very passionate and about both.
Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Adam. And thanks for your services at Alden. Those are really important to us, obviously. I had a couple questions. One is about the individualized family service plans. And you, I think, made a parallel with them and the individualized education plans that I'm familiar with, and Mr. Salas has heard enough about for several lifetimes. And it's hard for me to understand the idea of a benchmark in those areas. Because on the one hand, I guess we can assume some percentage needs those services, some percentage of children. But at the school, sort of our goal is to move people off of that category. Our goal is to lower that percentage. And so why would it, looking at your slides with that in mind, and then I realized, no, your goal is to increase the percentage. Is there some, I don't know, some absolute percentage that you believe absolutely need them? And so obviously getting up to that percentage means we're servicing a required, population, but above which it means we're providing more services really that are needed, and for efficiency's sake, we should be trying to lower that number.
Well, I think the purpose, to my understanding, the purpose of the Part C program, it falls under the umbrella of IDEA. So the purpose of the FIT program is to get kids early, to get them early so that we can provide the services and maybe make the difference so that by the time they get into school, they don't need as many services. They don't need to be in special ed as long. If we can make a difference in their speech before they get to kindergarten, then they're not having services for speech all the way up until 3rd or 4th grade. So I think the intent and some of the research behind early intervention is that is the time, birth to 3, that you can do a lot of good. That's when their brain plasticity is just building neurons and pathways so quickly. And so getting them early, identifying them early, in theory, should decrease the burden on the school system because you're able to make a difference up front as opposed to on the back end. The other thing about the FIT program that I think is why they're really focusing on trying to make that a big focus, if you will, is that program allows us to go work with the families. And I went to a conference where an individual said, if you can change a child or family's life, you can actually shape society. Now, the school systems do not allow our service providers to go work with the families. We have to work with the challenges while they're in the school setting. And then they go home, and the families don't have the support or don't understand the language or what's happening. In FIT, the Part C program, it's meant to work as a continuum of care into the Part B program. We can help the families, the advocates, learn things, get the resources earlier. So in our case, I don't have an absolute benchmark. I just feel like, and I don't know why the state or how the state comes up with these things. Obviously, they work with the federal OSEP to make those determinations, but we feel like the more intense, the more frequent, the more time we can get them early, the less time they're going to need services in the educational system. That, I believe, is the focus.
Okay, so when you see something like 13% in Doniana, that doesn't strike you as excessive. They're just doing a really good job.
Well, I thought it seemed a little excessive.
Okay.
But I mean, and I asked them high up, do you shut it down? And why is so much money flowing that direction and not our direction? But according to the answer I received is that at this point, they're not going to shut anything down. If the children meet those eligibility criteria, then that means that we may get higher risk areas.
Right. I agree. You can't have a blanket because there will be differences among areas. My second question then, especially in rural communities with limited services, we have to do all we can to collaborate. There are obviously other programs providing home visitation for newborns, including the beginning years program at the hospital that my wife works for, so I'm well familiar with that. Are you able to collaborate? Are there areas where you can collaborate, and are you doing that?
Absolutely. So according to that draft that I showed you on the learning systems, we have directives of how to collaborate. The home visiting programs get to pick up more kids because they do not have the criteria of the developmental delays. So the home visiting programs, when they are in the homes and they recognize that there might be some issues, and they're required to do screening tools, and if they screen and see that there's issues, they automatically refer to us. And in the same contrast, if we do an assessment and that child doesn't qualify, we may automatically refer to the home visiting programs because now that child is more appropriate for that program. But the idea is that we are supposed to flow in and out, and we kind of provide a more specialized service where the home visiting programs are a broader service. I think that there's areas to improve on this, but I actually think that the creation of the early childhood division that the state just passed is going to help that and maybe minimize some of the duplication or some of the misunderstandings because home visiting is ran through CYSD, FIT is ran through NMDOH, and so although they try to work together, there's always problems. But we try to reach out and find our resources so our families can take advantage of that.
Thank you very much. That's great to hear. I really appreciate your presentation.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, just a comment though. I've seen the effectiveness of early intervention, especially with communications and OT, and I think it's fantastic. And the outcome of it is the child. So the better the child can function, the better the child can communicate and have their needs met, the better off that child is going to be through his whole educational experience. And I applaud you for what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
So, thank you so much for that presentation and all the work you're doing. I've been working with families and kids in this county for a long time and really see the need. One of the things that I've been concerned about for a long time and talking about is actually prenatal care. So the program is 0 to 3, but obviously it's the kinds of issues that kids have from birth to 3 can be affected by their prenatal care as well. Do you anticipate that this focus on early childhood at the state level is going to address that at any point? Is that conversation happening? Is it on the table?
I think so, and I think there's some programming in place, but I'm not sure that it's as utilized as well as it should. Like the home visiting programs have funding for prenatal. Through Head Start, there's some early Head Start programs that can actually pick up children at prenatal. But it kind of, this is my opinion now, but I feel like a coordination of that care will make a difference so that people automatically know where to go to. And as the FIT provider, I do not have access to do anything prenatally. I have to wait until the child's born and then proceed. Something that's very unique about New Mexico, and kind of goes along with your question, is New Mexico actually has an at-risk category. Arizona does not. Texas does not. So if a child is born in an at-risk situation and we have a standardized tool we have to use, the state of New Mexico does allow services to be provided at not as much, not as intense, but at a smaller level so that people are able to get in the home specialists. And those at-risk factors are substance abuse, poverty, any kind of abuse and neglect, things that you would typically consider, the ACE indicators. And so it's a really beautiful program. I mean, to me, it's the best program you could, as a therapist, it's the best program I could be a part of. And more, we're going to get to maybe affect some people's lives.
Right. Well, I think, the siloing that you're talking about, the fact that you can't do anything with early childhood, that, or with prenatal, that makes those collaborations really important, the reason that we don't have as many services as we need is because of that siloing and that lack of communication and stuff like that. So I'm very hopeful about the early childhood department or cabinet, whatever they're going to call it. So
Yeah, I think so too. I think it'll be a good, I think it's needed to put all of those programs together. I just, a lot of times people forget us in that conversation. They think of preschool programs, and as you said, there's a lot more than just preschool.
right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to thank you for coming today and explaining the services you provide. I have 2 grandsons who have received services under Amplified, and it's the older grandson had received services under a prior organization, and it was his success with Amplified Therapy, with going to a therapist, that caused me to recommend Amplified Therapy for Business this year. I think it was in 2017 with the Chamber of Commerce, and I'm glad you came, and it's made a difference in my daughter's family with her 2 children, and it does make a difference in families. Those guys, one of them hasn't started school yet, but the one was able to start school on level because of the services that you provided, and it is on a high level, and I appreciate it. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you guys so much.
Just want to tell you, commend you for what you're doing. Looking up here, the commissioners, so one way or another, involved with education, or the families involved with education, and I'm happy to hear that there's a cooperation between the other entities, because I think we just have one common goal, and I really appreciate your services and your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Next time, bring your brother up and make him say something.
You put a lot of work into this.
Okay.
Okay, thank you guys so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item here, elected official reports.
Thank you for allowing us to give a report to the county commission and the citizens that we represent. Above all, I'd like to thank the citizens for electing me, their probate judge. I gotta say that I've enjoyed my job thoroughly. I've done 2 jobs in the county within 31 years of service that I've put in, and I have never felt so in touch with the citizens of this county. And it's a service that is very much needed. It's something that we're all going to get to the end of life. And hopefully, I'd like to encourage everyone in this room and anyone listening to us today to please think of that. Being in office from January 1 to the present, I realize that a lot of us, that's the last thing that we want to think about. But get your paperwork in order, your savings, your CDs, your property, anything that you want to say about your estate while you're alive, take care of it here and now. I'd like to give a report, a little bit about the numbers that I have been able to come up with as your probate judge. After 12 weeks in office, approximately 60 working days, I had been in the office 43 days of those 60 days. Not full days, but I'd made appointments with the citizens and attorneys on the phone, calls that I have received and returned, a total of approximately 164 calls. I have met with anywhere between 63 and 80 people, because sometimes people just come with people to the office, they don't actually speak, but I have actually had that many people in my office. I really have enjoyed that connection. I have officiated 5 wedding ceremonies. I am currently working on my website. As you well know, I think all of us are wanting to revamp that, and I want to thank Bernadette and Stephanie for working with me on that. I'm working on that. I'm also working on setting up some workshops throughout the community, and possibly maybe even videotape one out of this room if the commission allows me to do something like that. I want to thank in particular, the county clerk's office, for making my work, it flows wonderfully. We work wonderfully together. I've had 26 probate cases opened just from January 1 through the present. I've had one proof of authority. A proof of authority is a probate has been opened in another state, and particularly this one was in Oregon, and they just needed to take care of transfer of a property here, so all they needed was a proof of authority in this county. If any of you want to meet with me and have any questions, I would like for you to call me at any time. I have my calendar with me 24/7. My contact information is here in the office. Leave a message. I return them the same day or the next day. Via email, I have business cards on my door here at the county building. I also will accommodate your schedule with mine and vice versa. I'll see you as soon as possible. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to work for you and the opportunity for giving you a report. I love my job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Chair Gomez? Do we have any questions?
Any
Do we have
questions?
I'm having trouble running this meeting. There's not 1,000 people here.
Thank you very much.
No questions? Chair Gomez?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, administration, elected officials, and the public. First, I'd like to just start with some of the stats that we've had for the month of, some comparisons from last year's dates. Of February 20, 2019 to March 20 of 2019 versus of last year, the same date of February 20, 2018 through March 20, 2018. Some of the stuff that I do want to talk about is some of the increases of crimes, and these would be from our patrol divisions. On burglaries of this year, we are up to 12 burglaries versus last year's 5. A lot of that has to do with the new case laws that came out with the New Mexico Supreme Court with the catch and release program. Same burglars, they're being placed under arrest, and within not even finishing reports, the subjects are getting released, and we're dealing with them on a continuous basis. Domestic violence has increased this year. So far for this month, we're at 16 versus last year 13. Accidents and property damage, 7. Last year, 2. For welfare checks, at 33 versus last year, 24. Animal complaints, 11, last year, 6. Public service calls, 73, last year, 63. School checks, suspicious activity, 26. So last year's 11. One of the things that I do want to bring up is some of the affected of the short staff that we have. On traffic stops for the same time this year we're at 204. Last year we're at 207. Even though we're so short of staff, it still shows our deputies are still out there. They're being proactive and doing their jobs, and they keep doing an outstanding job. Just running, I'll give you a license plate here in a little bit. One of the decreases that we have seen is on our DARE. Up to now, we've had just 12 events. Last year, we had 37 events with DARE. And again, because of the shortness of staff, our vacations and patrols, on frequent patrols for the same month, we've done 187 during this time versus 472. What's happening on that with the call volumes that we have and the shortness of staff, pretty much our deputies are going from call to call to call, where we're not as much doing the frequent patrols in our subdivisions and in our communities. Our license plate checks that we've ran, this year we're so far at 144 for the month versus last year 176. And just on the license plate inquiry, running it, our deputies with either drug and addiction or just making a stop for a license plate that is either not registered or current years or anything, they're about to doing the traffic stop during their investigations and coming up with either narcotics or warrants and stuff. So that's something that's really important of what our deputies are doing. Service papers and warrants that have been served, and this would be self-initiating, is 26 versus last year we were at 34. School zones, to last year's 23. The citizen contacts, 13 to last year's 50. And suspicious person calls for self-initiating was 1 versus 15. Some of the stuff that has gone on in our civil division for this year, for this month of 2019 in March, 11 domestic violence orders have been issued, notices of courts 67, subpoenas 94, summons 44, writs 4. Out of the transports outside of the county, taking inmates to correctional facilities or rehabs have been 5, to a total mileage of 2,101 miles. Total of all the DVOs, notices, subpoenas, summons, and writs was 225. Some of the things that we're still doing, of course, our DARE program is very active as much as it can be. We are doing some events this coming Saturday. Santa Clara's hosting a neighborhood watch, and our DARE program will also be involved in with the children there. First 2 weeks of April, we'll be having our graduations with the DARE program with Stout, Harrison Smith, Calvary Chapel, and Cliff Schools. One of the things that I want to do, and you did see a news release, we put a news release on Friday's incident in Hurley. We just had a class, and I'll be sending 2 deputies where we're going to implement a crisis intervention team. I'll be sending 2 deputies, so once they're certified and our policy is in place, once we get a crisis situation, we'll have 2 deputies that will actually, if they're not on duty, be called out to handle any type of crisis intervention or needs that we need for the citizens here in this county. One of the other trainings, it's kind of expensive, and I got to get with Linda and Manager Webb on some advice and doing some bar adjustments, but we're looking at 2 deputies go into a high-tech voice analysis, stress analysis program. What that would be pretty much kind of like a polygraph test. Right now, when we do polygraph tests on criminal investigations, we have to go to Las Cruces, and it's $400 for every polygraph that we do. Having our own and having actual deputies that are certified on this, eventually the cost is going to be real minimal, that we'll have the resources here and we'll be able to use those resources with other agencies here in our county. Some of the news releases, we did a news release, and whoever's hearing here being videoed, and for everyone here that you might just spread, the theft of mail is really bad. We're working with Catron County and Luna County, with Silver City Police and the municipalities, but the theft of mail has increased. We have done a news release and we're... Theft of mail? Theft of mail? And what's going on with that is, you know, we're advising the people of the county, if there's a time when the postmasters are dropping off their mail, they need to get that mail as soon as possible. There's really no place to actually concentrate. This is from the cliff side all the way to the Minja side and in between. It's quite a bit of cases that we're handling, and our criminal investigation is on it. We're also working with the U.S. Postal inspectors as well with these cases. The last thing before I close, I just want to read another news release that we gave. I'm not going to give the deputy's name, and this is his statement, and this was verified. And one of the things that we're going to do is the reason we're waiting on some paperwork, but this deputy is actually going to be awarded a life savings award and a letter of accommodation. And the news release that we sent was, every day the nation's law enforcement officers work to make our communities and citizens safer, both on and off duty. The following is an example of Grant County Sheriff's deputy who acted quickly to help a citizen in distress and likely saved a life. On Sunday, March 3rd, 2019, at approximately 5 p.m., my family, this is a deputy, and I were in Las Cruces mall shopping. My wife and daughter were at the Ultramake store standing up in a checkout line. I was just outside waiting. As I sat down, I heard a man yelling, "Help." I immediately got up and went to him. He was standing in front of an elderly woman who he stated was his grandmother. She was cold to the touch, her eyes were open. I asked her what her name was, and he said Gloria. I called out her name with no response. I checked her carotid artery to see if she had a pulse. She did not. I picked her up from the bench and laid her on the floor. I did a quick assessment to see if she was breathing and called her by her name again while shaking her gently. There was no response. I immediately started cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and giving the initial chest compressions, she regained consciousness. She asked me how she got to the floor. I advised her I had placed her there to give her CPR. She didn't remember much and stated she saw black. Her grandson had called 911. EMS arrived on scene shortly thereafter. I was wearing a thin blue line shirt, and her grandson asked if I was a law enforcement officer. I said I am a sergeant with the Grant County Sheriff's Office. Another grandson was present and gave me a hug and thanked me. They told me their family was from Deming, New Mexico. The security guard took my name for his report, and then we left. My kids called me a hero. I told them I was just doing my job. So I wanted to bring that up, as short as we are and stuff like that, from every division in the office of the sheriff and even our civilian staff. I mean, they've taken upon themselves, and the morale has been really high, and of course we're really short-staffed and stuff, but we're driving on and we're doing a great job, and I just thank each and every one of everyone in our office for the great job that they're doing. Moving to any questions, please.
I just have some comments. So, your report was really comprehensive, especially compared to what we've been used to. And that's very much appreciated. And I'm just sitting here thinking, what I heard you say is crime is up, your staff is down. I think the number one, as far as I can think, the number one priority of county government is safety and security, peace for the people, protection. So, I don't know what the solution is, but I've been here for 2 years and we haven't made enough progress. I'm glad that you're the sheriff now, and hopefully there can be some progress made. We'd like to see, one thing I'd like to see those statistics that you came up, because we're just not used to getting that, and then maybe come up with some ideas, a plan of action, and I'm sure you've had one because I've heard about it, and then find a way to implement that, and then see those crime statistics go down. And I know you've already come up with this and you're already prepared. I guess I'm asking, how can we help you facilitate your plan?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Billings, one of the things, the communication between us and Manager Webb has been very instrumental. She's been very supportive when we've gone and spoke with her. We're actually implementing, we did a proposal on the step plan that we have, and right now we're working on an impact of what it would cost the county. So hopefully looking at it with Manager Webb, and hopefully soon or with this next budget goes into the commissioners for approval. One of the biggest things, when we first started, when I took over this office, we had 5 deputies right off that we hadn't been hired in our office, and then again we had 2 deputies, 2 lieutenants that retired. We lost one to corrections, and we're fixing to lose another one that the wife relocated into the Air Force, and another deputy is going to be gone. So that's going to give us a total of 9 deputies that we're short. We had a pool, and what I did this year was totally different the way we're doing our hiring process. One person outside of the county that was a certified officer, we did offer him the position. Once he saw the pay, he declined it. So as of right now, we have one that has offered, that is in the Law Enforcement Academy and here at Western New Mexico University. So we're working on different things and incentives, from pay to stuff that we're doing here at the Sheriff's Office, some of this training that we're getting. And Manager Webb has been very, very helpful in resources and advice that she's given us. And I mean, the communication's there. So we're in the steps right now of hopefully trying to make an impact and make it sound better, and trying to get qualified deputies into our office. Like I said, there's been quite a bit that have applied, and we are short, but I want the best of the best. I'm not just gonna pick anyone just and have an issue there. So it's gonna take some time, but hopefully once we are at full staff, I got some great visions on. Again, I brought the incident that occurred last week and Friday. When I was at the sheriff's office, we had our own special response team. I believe that we need to have that again, and that's one of my visions and future goals for the sheriff's office, to revamp and start a special response team again. But those are long-term goals, and it will happen eventually, but we're just driving on. And my biggest priority right now is just getting the staff that we need to accomplish our missions.
Thanks. And one request, if you could bring that, or give us that information in written form that you gave today.
Yes,
And I'm just talking about the next time, I don't need that now, but, it's easy for us to process, or it's easy for me to process information when I can see it written down.
okay, I will.
Thank you. And, also the DARE program, you know, I know there's, people have their feelings about DARE. Mine are that I think anytime you can get kids with police officers, it's a good thing. My two daughters, I have 2 sons and 2 daughters, my 2 daughters still remember their DARE officers affectionately, who came and taught them that. It gave them a good feeling towards police officers other than what we instilled at home, and I'm thinking of kids who don't get that instilled at home, that law enforcement is actually a good thing. They're here to protect us, that the DARE program is really a good thing, and glad that you recognize the importance of that and have shown leadership in that. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
Sheriff Lawrence, just want to ask you a couple of questions, and I know that communities in Grant County are struggling with law enforcement, you know, including the sheriff's department, but what I'd like to see, hopefully maybe in the next meeting, or if you're doing it, you may be doing it, tracking the calls that the sheriff's department's been handling in the other communities. And I'm wondering if that's attributing to, you know, the rise in calls for service. And maybe if you could provide the county manager numbers as to how many calls you've handled in Santa Clara, how many calls you've handled in Early, etc. You know, I agree with Commissioner Billings here that, you know, public service is, I mean, you know, keeping our community safe is number one priority for the Board of Commissioners. But I just want to get an idea as to what you're faced with out there, and supporting the other communities, and you know, supporting them is a great thing, and we appreciate the Sheriff's Department doing that. But I'd like to look at some numbers on that, if you don't mind.
Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, that won't be a problem. I'll have some numbers for you. Just so you're aware, I did meet with the Tri-City Chiefs. I meet several times with Chief Portillo as well. But we did speak with the chiefs and what kind of call volumes we have versus theirs, and what the directive of the sheriff's office was going to do when handling calls in the mining district. But I will bring some numbers for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
I'd like to add to that, Sheriff, that if you would include in those numbers the number of calls that you guys respond to on the state highways.
I will. And just to fill you in from the last meeting, I know we brought up New Mexico State Police. I've also met with the captain and Sergeant Hill, who's the acting lieutenant. Well, Lieutenant Terrazas is gone. And New Mexico State Police has taken a lot more calls on crash investigations. It does seem like New Mexico State Police has so many people here. District 12, which is consisted of Grant, Luna, and Hidalgo County. Luna County is really short, so a lot of state police officers are working the Luna site. But one of the agreements that we did make, if state police is in the area, they will handle the calls. They've been directed that they will be scanning the Grant County frequency as well. And it has been great. Just an example, we had that fire in 180 West. State police with the sheriff's office was in traffic control. They weren't asked, they took it upon themselves and took that initiative. So the collaboration between us and state police has gone a lot better.
Good. So there's progress happening. That's good to hear.
Yes.
I have one more thing, Sheriff Gomez. Can you just explain just a little bit the catch and release thing? That's kind of alarming to me. The way I understood what you said is somebody gets caught, burglar gets caught, and before you get the paperwork done, they're out again? Is that what you said?
So,
That's what I heard.
under New Mexico law now, the New Mexico Supreme Court came up that, putting a bond on an inmate is unconstitutional. So there is no bond anymore in New Mexico. So as long as they're not, when this first started, I mean, we were upset with the judges and why they were being released. And Judge Laney actually gave an awesome presentation to law enforcement, because she sits on that committee and voted against this, but once it passed, what it is if you're arrested under misdemeanor, domestic violence is included. If you're not considered a threat to society or to yourself, they're released within certain hours. It could be as fast. I had one that was arrested for criminal trespassing, and I had just left the jail, and I parked on the side to start my report, and within 30 minutes, they were driving off. So, I mean, half of the times we're not even done with our reports, but it's a law that was passed by New Mexico Supreme Court. So, it ties our hands. So, you have a burglar, I mean, if you read the papers, some of these that have been arrested continuously are being released within days or hours. And unfortunately, that's the laws of the state for them.
Okay, I'm just going to repeat this one more time, just to make sure I'm hearing what you're saying. There's no bail bond, there's no bail bond for someone who commits a misdemeanor, including domestic violence.
That is correct.
Sorry.
Before, of course, there was bonds. I believe $5,000 was the bond for domestic violence, and aggravated it increased and so forth. Now there is no bond. So pretty much what happens is once we place a person under arrest and they're taken to the jail, that information is forwarded to whatever magistrate judge we're going to file the charges through. They make the decision by their laws and by what the Supreme Court has passed, and 99% of the time this person is released again.
They're still able to rule that the person is a risk of flight or imminent danger to the community, right? They can still make rules like that.
That's correct. If they are a danger to the community or to themselves, then they can hold them. But
So whose responsibility is it to make the case to the courts that they are either a risk to the community, a risk to themselves, or a flight risk? Is that the arresting officer's responsibility? Whose responsibility is that?
So the process is once we make an arrest, we do the criminal complaint and statement of probable cause. That's forwarded with the inmate, and the jail has the copies. Those are forwarded or faxed to a judge. They're reviewed there at that time, and that's where the information is if they're going to be released or not. So say, just an example, we get dispatched to domestic violence and a battery has occurred on either male or female. They're placed under arrest. I'm not sure what exactly the Supreme Court has as what is the danger to society, but even in a situation like that someone has been battered, many times these persons are released within hours. So again, we're getting redispatched to a residence because of the same incident.
Wow.
So is this a legislative matter in your opinion, or do you know enough about it to know? We have Senator Ramos with us.
Well, actually, this went up to the Supreme Court. This was a ruling from the Supreme Court.
But we could go back to the legislature and they could clarify and change some laws?
That I don't know.
Okay, well, thanks.
Sheriff, I just wanted to ask one question, because it seems like law enforcement, not just for the Sheriff's Department, but even in the Tri-City, about the only stability we see that's really good is Silver City. But is it all due to the wages? Is that the biggest hurdle you guys are encountering, the biggest barrier to keep officers, to get officers and to keep them?
Well, I think that's one of the biggest hurdles that we have. Even Silver City Police is short. I mean, Grand County wide, we're short pretty bad right now. I think if you do comparisons from our starting pay to what Silver City Police does, or even from a lieutenant at Silver City Police to our lieutenants, I mean, the pay is dramatically different. And of course, Silver City has, their call volume's a lot higher than ours, but we assist Tri-City, we take our calls as well. But I think that would be an incentive. We're working on other stuff as far as incentives that, I've met with, Manager Webb, and like I said, she's been very supportive, and hopefully with this, the step plan that we do have in place and coming up with an impact of what it would cost the county, there's something that we would be able to do to, keep our officers here.
The reason I ask is in my community, there seems to be a revolving door of officers, and I know that their pay is probably equal to the sheriff's pay, the deputy pay, but it's still, it's about every week you see the paper and there's ads for Bayard or Santa Clara or Hurley for officers. So, and I know that you used to know them all, and now you don't know anybody. So, okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Sheriff, we're peppering you with all sorts of questions and data requests, and I'm going to add another. I wanted to provide some historic, my understanding of the Supreme Court ruling, some historic background, was that a very large percentage of our inmates statewide, and I know this was true at the detention center because of Mr. Carrillo's reports, were folks who were not convicted, who were awaiting trial. And in many cases, they had bail set at what many of us would consider pretty low levels, but they still couldn't afford the bail. They just didn't have the resources within their family. And so that was an attempt to reform that situation where basically poor people had to sit in jail, whereas folks who had a little more income didn't. Maybe I'm remembering that wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's where that came from, that there was a perception of an inequality. So I guess I'm curious, if really the only change is now people who couldn't afford it before are able to have their freedom until they're actually convicted instead of just arrested, how much of the increase in burglaries you mentioned, and maybe other crimes as well, you could throw that in there, is attributable to folks who were let out with no bail requirement, as opposed to just an increase in burglaries. I mean, they go up and down. Right? I know there have been times where they've gone higher than they are now. And so this could just be one of those times when it just happens to be going up. So if you're able to tell us, how many of the arrests for burglaries that you make were actually people who were out on a zero bond, they're out on bail, on personal recognizance, I'd appreciate that.
Commissioner Brown, I'll have that as well.
Thank you very much. And again, my apologies for all these requests.
Not at all.
All right.
Any other questions? Thank you, Sheriff.
Mr. Chairman, board members, and elected officials, and everybody here in this wonderful county that we live in. For starters, I'd like to just make a statement here. Go Aggies. This is a really big positive for the state of New Mexico. We're going to be national, international, whatever you want to call it, but I do believe Aggies is going to beat Auburn, even though they're ranked 5th, and we're only ranked seeded 12th. But I have to say that Tuesday I wore my Aggies colors, so we just really need to promote our state of New Mexico here, all right? And I do apologize for the tardiness. For starters, I would just like to thank my employees. Without them, I wouldn't be here. Without them, all the wonderful numbers that they put together and things that they do in my office, and they're very well educated on what's going on. Matter of fact, I guess my chief appraiser, she's coming in. We actually attended a class up at Albuquerque for the International Association of Assessing Officers, and we did the appraisal of land. The last time I took one of these classes were like in 1990s, and sitting there for 8 hours a day for a whole week, it was quite taxing. Pretty good term to say that, especially where I work at. And I just want to acknowledge Misty Trujillo, chief appraiser. She actually was up there. She did a fantastic job keeping her certification for our New Mexico certification for the state of New Mexico. And in July, we're actually going to be sending half of our staff to take these courses. This is not an easy task. It's actually a whole semester of class in less than a week, and then you have to take a 4-hour exam. It is quite interesting. You take 4 of them, real estate fundamentals, then you take an income approach to valuation, and you actually take a couple of selectives. And it does take a lot to get certified more, and I really appreciate my staff for doing what they're doing. Another thing is, thanks to my chief deputy, he actually scrubbed our data for the notice of valuations, and I've talked to my esteemed treasurer here about we'll be mailing out our notices of valuation by the end of next week, and that is one of the most important documents that you'll ever have at your household. It's going to give you a breakdown on your valuation on your home, your land, any exemptions, and once again, after you receive that, it's within 30 days where you get when it's mailed out from that day. You have within 30 days to contest your valuation. It doesn't cost you a dime. You go in and talk to these wonderful people in the assessor's office, fill out a protest document, and we go through the process. We do go out, look at the properties, and we do comp it out, and we try to put whatever numbers we can, and we do have an informal hearing before we go to protest. 9 times out of 10 with my staff, we are well educated on comping all these values, and we do settle beforehand. We are still going to be accepting veteran exemptions, 100% disabled exemptions, valuation freeze of 65-year and older, and during the protest period. Please come in, talk to our staff, and we can get you taken care of in that process. Our notice of valuations, once a year, we do send them out, and I wish I would have gotten you this information way beforehand, but talking to my chief appraiser and my chief deputy, he actually sent it off to the printers yesterday, 5 before 5. And I'm going to give you some numbers, and they're very good, positive numbers. Our net assess, including Copper Production Tax Act, we're talking at $689,832,317, and that's your net taxable value, minus exemptions, and that's an increase of 3.6%. Our land values, net taxable value, we're looking at $173,912,323. That is also an increase of 2.9%. Our improvements, and that means of any house, commercial properties, we're looking at $424,136,366, and that's an increase of 3.1. And our manufactured homes, we're up, our valuation is $15,235,646, an increase of 1.3%. Our business personal property, and that's if you own a business, you have to render, and once again, it's a self-rendering state, so we actually take your numbers and accept what you give us. And under business personal property, we're at $8,926,070. Once again, net taxable value, and that's actually an increase of 9.3%. Our livestock, our value's at $5,454,324, and that's also an increase of 8.4%. Our head count has increased 7.5%, and guess what there, Commissioner Brown? No yaks were reported. There you go. And our state assessed property is actually at $58,246,571. Once again, a increase of 7.3%. I wish it was 70%. 7.3%. The increase results of all the protests that were settled after the rollover. Once again, what that means is when we roll over to the county treasurer, they have the same information whenever we roll over, and all that information goes to the county treasurer's office. There's no telling an increasing on how it upholds your taxable for this year of 2019. Our exemptions, that means our head of household, veteran exemptions, valuation freeze, is at $24,143,859, and that also is an increase of 2.1%. 5%. So, once again, we have mailed out a notice, we will be mailing out a notice of valuation. You have within 30 days to contest the valuation, and we will have informal hearings. Like I said, we will get with all my staff, and if it does go, it goes to an actual protest board. County Commission, you will be getting a visit from me, any of you elected officials, and I'm going to go out, take a look at your property, make sure I have everything on the tax rolls, property assessments, and that's from the treasurer's office to the commissioners and probate judge. We're actually going to be evaluated by the state of New Mexico in April, I do believe the 8th, 9th, and 10th. The assessor's office is probably the only office that gets evaluated by property tax division. And once again, we had to get our certifications up and running. That was one of the things that we got dinged on. And thank you very much for Misty, myself, that we are actually keeping our certifications to date. So once property tax division will be down here, we're actually going to have to review all elected officials, even you, Harry. And last time it took me a while to search him, but we're actually going to have to do a review, make sure everything's on the books, and then we will probably be receiving our satisfaction, unsatisfaction, or whatever that the assessor's office in Grant County. So far, we've had nothing but good satisfaction. Once again, I thank my staff for doing that. So if I'm beating on your door, please answer, let me in, have a cup of coffee or a glass of water, and so we can take care of business. Mr. Chairman, board members, we also have a parcel correction. Thank you to our county manager and commissioners. And we're redrawing our subdivisions, our parcel fabric creations, and this is an update from 3/20 of 2019. It's a very costly process. However, I do want to thank my GIS mapper by Tracy Bernstead. She has done a sensational job, and there's going to be some interesting surprises that's going to enhance our mapping, even though we're also going to have 3D on our maps. The parcel map correction project precedes the regular contractor. We do Skype every Monday at 2 o'clock, and the county that participates is Raul Torrieta, Misha Marish, and Tracy Bernstead. Half of the subdivision's external boundaries have been digitized, and the workflows have changed, and bring in our GIS technicians to assist with digital lot boundaries as the same that remains on all residential subdivision and properties. The project is about 15% complete, and at the point of the project, it is included that further beyond the correct project's amount is requested by next year's budget. After the project is complete, the remainder of the county will be assessed and resulting accurate. If needing project funding, we'll estimate, and we'll probably talk about that next year. Mr. Chairman, board members, I stand for any questions.
Any questions? You know, I do have one, talking about the valuation freeze that we talked about last commissioners meeting. What have we done to get the word out there, or have we done anything other than mention it in here?
Mr. Chairman, board members, and I thank you very much for bringing that up, because I even talked to the county treasurer. We actually went, and I do thank a young lady by the name of Audra Hernandez. She handles all the exemptions. We've gone to all the senior centers, a couple of food banks, just like Commissioner Alicia Edwards, and just gave the information out. And matter of fact, I just got off the radio and talked about it also. So we're trying to help out as much as possible for the seniors. And I know that there was a couple of bills, and thanks to our esteemed senator sitting in the room, and I think he'll probably talk about it, where they're actually going to be increasing the income for the 65-year and older. And that went through our legislature, and we'll probably talk about that down the road. But we have done a lot of, not only physically, but also on the radio, and we're constantly on top of that there, Commissioner, Chairman of the Board.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I want to recognize my chief deputy, Veronica Rodriguez, sitting back there, and also thank her and the staff. They've been keeping busy, and we're at 63.8% collections, having collected $3.9 million of the 2018 taxes, and we await 2.2, which May the 10th is going to be the date for the deadline for collecting that. We've been staying pretty busy. As you can see at the bottom, total collections for all entities and authorities that we collect, we've collected during the fiscal year, $17 million for all the entities, so we have been staying pretty busy. We do have, I mentioned before that we had the State Property Tax Division in our office. They were here for quite a while. When they first got here, they had a list of 139 accounts that they were dealing with, and they were able to do the background investigation and information on approximately 87 of those accounts. During the process, they went out and red tagged with help from the assessor's office, as well as my staff went out and helped them red tag. They red tagged 59 properties. After the red tagging, it's a process. Some people came and paid, some people talked to the state and have gotten arrangements. They gave us a preliminary list of 39 properties that were scheduled to go on auction, and the auction is going to be April the 24th right here at 9 o'clock. And that preliminary list of 39 has been contacted by certified mail, and today we stand with still 23 properties on the auction list. Just talking to Property Tax Division, it seems like that's going to be pretty much what's going to be going. There's a few that may still be able to come in and pay, but the others are, some of these properties have been up for auction previously, but they hadn't been, for whatever reason, the state had for taking them off at the last minute. The gentleman that has been heading up the review has taken a different approach, I guess, in that he's been really diligent in contacting these people and trying to find out, all the information he can. And he said, we can't keep just taking them off. We have to do something. So he talked to his supervisors up in Property Tax Division, and it appears that we're going to have several of these properties that have been on forever that will actually go to auction. They're not, some are not really expensive, but some are like next to nothing, but they've just kept taking them up thinking somebody's going to pay this. Well, they finally, with this new approach that this gentleman has taken, they're actually going to try to sell them, and like I was on the phone with him just a while ago, and I said, well, maybe finally we can get them back on the tax roll with the new owners and actually be able to collect. So, it doesn't affect us that much because we get the base tax only. They get the penalty and interest if there's any. So I do, like I say, I thank the assessor's office. We're trying to get ready for the upcoming second half. We do have employees that will be coming in the next week or so. to assist us in our second half collections. And, of course, the sale will take place April 24th. And if there's any questions or anything, I can...
Any questions?
Okay, we are working with Linda and the bond people we've started the preliminaries on getting the account open for the bond proceeds. So that'll be done by the time that it all happens, so everything's moving forward on that, so.
Thank you. Thanks to you and your staff.
No report today.
No report? Did I miss any other elected official? No? Okay. Moving on. I'd like to,
Do we need to do that for motion?
yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we move up 2 items. Item X, public input, and item K, consideration of proclamation declaring April 2019 as Autism Awareness Month.
Can we,
Second that motion.
any discussion?
Yeah, can we move item K first? And then, what was the other one that you wanted?
Public input.
Oh, public input.
I agree, if we can move up item K and then public input.
Okay.
Do we amend the motion?
Sure, I'll amend my second.
I'll amend the motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So moving on to the item, consideration of proclamation declaring April 2019 as Autism Awareness Month, Amplified Theater.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners of the Board. Whereas autism spectrum disorder, ASD, is a complex developmental disability that affects a person's ability to communicate and interact with others. ASD is a spectrum condition that affects individuals in varying degrees. ASD is defined by a certain set of behaviors that include delayed learning of language, difficulty making eye contact or holding a conversation, difficulty with executive functioning, narrow intense interest, poor motor skills, and sensory sensitivity. These signs typically appear during early childhood. And whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports that 1 in 59 children in the United States have been identified with autism spectrum disorder. More than 3.5 million Americans live with autism spectrum disorder. And whereas autism is a reality that affects millions of families every day, early diagnosis and intervention can lead to significantly improved quality of life. Persons with ASD can succeed and reach their highest potential with support and programs across their lifespan. And whereas there are businesses and organizations within Grant County that are committed to serving individuals with ASD, including educating families, professionals, and the general public to better understand ASD. Each organization has a role in identifying, assessing, and/or supporting individuals with ASD and their families. And whereas Grant County is honored to work alongside the various businesses and organizations to participate in the annual observance of Autism Awareness Month in hope that it will lead to a better understanding of the disorder. And now therefore be it resolved that the Grant County Commission hereby proclaims the month of April 2019 be declared as Autism Awareness Month in Grant County, New Mexico, and encourage our residents to become educated and informed about programs, services, and opportunities to support people with autism.
Thank you. No.
No, did not.
Did you want to make that motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve this proclamation on Autism Awareness Month.
Second.
First discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Presenting this as well.
One, somebody's hiding. On purpose. One, two,
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so moving down to public input. During this portion of our meeting, we welcome your suggestions and want to hear your concerns. This is not a question and answer period. Speakers will be limited to 5 minutes. Any individual would like to discuss an item in more depth may request to be placed on a future agenda. Request forms are available in the county manager's office.
Mr. Chair, may I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
So I was reading the Daily Press last night, and not blaming the press writer, probably the commission's fault for being confusing, but the last paragraph says, "Commissioners noted," and this was from Tuesday's meeting, "that the public must be kept on topic when giving presentations and input." It goes on to say, "Off-topic comments about abortion, for example, were endemic at last month's packed regular meeting of the commission, which saw a great volume." Anyhow, public comment at this meeting, at this regular meeting, or at the regular meeting last month, can be on, it doesn't have to be on topic. It can be on anything that any citizen wants to talk about. And again, I don't blame the writer. It's probably the confusing manner in which the commission implemented Tuesday's meeting, work session. We like to keep it on topic as to the agenda. Thursdays, it's open. Is that right?
Yes.
And the other piece of that, as I recall, was that presenters who get on the agenda, as opposed to public comment, they need to be on topic as well.
Okay.
That was the conversation.
Right, okay.
But both things are right. The work session public input is also supposed to be on agenda items only. It's just a regular session that could be on anything.
Correct, okay, thank you. Just wanted to make that-
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think we should ask for a clarification in the paper about that, a correction.
Okay, thanks, if you're willing to do that, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody want to give some public input? Yes, sir, Mr. Griffin, sorry.
Good morning, I'm Glenn Griffin, and I'd like to talk about wildlife services again. I am unpaid, but I am motivated by having 2 of my dogs trapped in the last decade. Wildlife services is a blank check for Grant County, is a less than part-time job that pays at least $82.15 an hour. A very lucrative part-time job, but not valuable to all of us in Grant County. The contractor, Brandon Jones, also works part-time for Hidalgo County in Wildlife Services. Jones's boss, Rodolfo Fajardo, and I spoke at length on January 3rd. He and Brandon Jones were on a federal layoff for 5 weeks. So no trapping or wildlife services took place, even though Grant County is obligated to still pay $7,884 during the layoff. That's 5 weeks of the $82,000 we pay annually. So with traps set before the shutdown on December 24th, I would like to know, did trap animals suffer a prolonged or cruel death, left unattended in those traps? I don't have an answer on that. I want to know. Wildlife Service, the Wildlife Service report is a mess. I've heard great reports today. Every department here gave me a great report, from Sheriff's Department to Raul Torrieta. The worst report I could give would be to read the 3 pages you get from Rodolfo Fajardo, your mandated quarterly report. Right up front it says 35 coyotes killed. Then on the next page, it says 14 mountain lions work tasks. It doesn't say what took place, and you guys mandated that the commission get a report that says what took place, how it took place. It's not there in the report. For $20,500 a quarter, I would expect a better report. In my own business, I couldn't get funding from my agencies if I didn't give a complete report. You guys step up and ask for a much better report, please. The county will be asked by APHIS to raise its share from $25,000 a year to $39,000 a year in the future, like other counties currently pay. With some collaborating effort, ranchers could be paid or hire a hired gun for considerably less than $82.15 an hour on their private land. This would save ranchers in their checkoff head tax, and I'm glad to see it's up 7%. Together, we can find a more cost-effective use for the rancher-generated $25,000. I've met with Commissioners Ponce and Edwards so far to find a way out of nearly a century of wildlife services here. Fajardo said he would further break out public land from private land in future reports, but has not yet in the latest quarter report. He didn't do what we talked about and what he said he would do. This is important as trapping is no longer allowed in Los Alamos County here in New Mexico and in neighboring Arizona and Colorado. Coyote killing contests are now banned on state trust lands, and when HB 76, the bill to stop coyote killing contests, is signed into law, coyote killing contests will be outlawed on public land. And you should know that half of APHIS's wildlife service work takes place on public land. So there's a potential problem coming up here. Not having the hours, locations, or method listed in Brandon Jones's required quarterly report, and it was mandated here last summer, in his report, it amounts to a blank check for the possible inhumane treatment of our animals by this commission. What other businesses and industries does the Grant County Commission directly subsidize in this way? Thank you for my 4 minutes.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good morning, my name is Al Gamboa, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, and of course the Grant County staff. Thank you for this opportunity. And it may be my fault. Hopefully this question is within the scope of allowable public input, but I was a little bit late getting here on the presentation of the $8 million bond sale. Well, I just had a major question there involving the mining district, and of course the coming online of the Fort Bayard institution, as we know, is finally hopefully getting to fruition sometime soon. Words I got from everybody up in Santa Fe, as soon as the governor signs off, that'll be coming online. So basic major question is, any of this revenue that's going to be generated, will any of it be going towards promotion of the mining district area and the Fort Bayard property as it comes online?
So we can't answer any questions, just public input.
All right.
I mean, later, if you want to get put on the agenda on the next meeting, that'd be great.
Fantastic. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gamboa, we have not yet had a public hearing on that bond ordinance, and so if you stay for a little bit more, I think your question will be answered during that hearing.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, I forgot about that. It's here.
Thank you.
Anyone else for public input?
Good morning.
Mr. Commissioner, County Commissioners and Chairman. Been a while since I've been here. First, I have an announcement. I'm sorry, Roger Groves, Chief of Tyrone Volunteer Fire and Rescue, and co-chair of the Grant County Rural Chiefs Fire Association. The first is an announcement. We're having a Grant County Fire and Emergency Services Day on April 13th. It's a Saturday, at the Grant County Convention Center parking lot, from 9 to 1. And we're hoping to have representatives from all of the county fire departments, Silver City Fire, and our surrounding other municipal fire departments as well. Native Air will be there. We'll have some free health screenings available. There'll be fire trucks, hopefully from all the departments, for visibility and display for the kids. There's some giveaways and hot dogs, free food and drink, and the idea is to try to recruit for all of our departments, including Silver Fire. We're all suffering, like the Sheriff's Department, in lack of numbers. So hopefully the public will be glad to come out, and we'll do some recruiting that day and pick up some members for all of our departments. And secondly, I did provide you a report with the 2018 statistics for the Tyrone Volunteer Fire and Rescue. You've had a long agenda. I won't delay that unless you have anything you want to ask about. But the very bottom column on the third page represents the total numbers of calls that we ran during the year, which was 353 combined calls. There were 263 EMS calls, and 90 were fire, car accidents, assists, and other being like cat in a tree or snake on a porch or search and rescue kind of situations, which we do get the cat in a tree occasionally. So.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Could you break down those, that's Hachia, White Signal?
Yes, on the side columns there, TYR is the Tyrone Station and Tyrone Town Site. FA is the Flying A Station, which is in the Burl Mountains off Red Rock Road. WS is our White Signal Station. WC is the station on Truck Bypass and 180, WC being Wind Canyon. And the HAC at the bottom represents Hachita.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Well, first of all, I want to start off by Gabriel Ramos, your new senator, and thanks to you all. I appreciate the opportunity. I'd like to start off by saying thank you to all of you that showed up to Santa Fe and guided us on some of these issues that were going on in the state legislature this year. You know, it was nice to see Mr. Turrieta, county commissioners that were up there. Our probate judge, we got to see you up there and all lobbying for the different bills through the NMAC, which was really good. It's great to see people up there actually lobbying for what they believe in. You know, it was a great experience, and I owe that out to you all for allowing me to serve. It was great being able to work with Lieutenant Governor Morales. You know, the guidance that he gave me was above all a great experience. Having him up there to ask questions was really a really good deal for me and the county and the district. You know, capital outlay was a great gift to all of us this year. I was told by Senator Morales that he never got this opportunity to have this much monies available, so we were able to spread that around and help out all our municipalities, our counties, throughout the whole district, and it feels great to be able to do that. We also had a junior bill that gave us a little more money, and it looks like we're going to be able to bring baseball to Western New Mexico University, and which has been one of my goals since I was a county commissioner sitting in your seat. So it looks like we've got the money to do that as long as the bill is signed by our governor. Looks like the tour of the Gila is going to be funded properly, up to $100,000 if the bill is signed. Looks like the Heart of the Gila will be funded for when it comes to their trails. We've got, I had the opportunity to work with Senator Padilla on Senate Bill 22, which is an early childhood bill. It was a great experience. We'd meet every Tuesday morning. I got to learn so much about early childhood. But it was a great bill, and no one knows how hard people work up there to get those type of bills through. I was one of the senators in the Education Committee that supported our governor on the land grant funds being used for early childhood. Unfortunately, that bill didn't go all the way through, but it's a start, and maybe it'll get through the next round. And my way of thinking on that is that our early childhood and education department is broken, and I really felt that right now is a great time to utilize some of those funds. Of course, it was only 0.05 of 1% that was going to be utilized for education, and we have to use the money now better than later, being that if we know something's broken, we got to fix it as soon as possible. I want to congratulate you all for stepping up and supporting your resolution on the mining bill. That was great to hear from all our constituents down here, and it was great to hear that you were supporting our mines of one of the greatest industries we have in Southwest New Mexico. So I applaud you for doing that. That was really a hard bill for me as a senator, being the only senator that represents this area. I really wanted to make sure that we've got things taken care of, and you all came through, so we appreciate you. Once we found out how horrible that bill was, we worked really hard and diligently with the House members, and it's died in the House, which is where it properly belongs. And we had a great meeting. Mr. Turrieta came by, and we had a Fort Bayard meeting, which we had all our legislators there, our lieutenant governor, we had all our municipalities there, of course, to include Santa Clara. Okay, thank you. I was really happy to support Santa Clara, being that they only had they were the only entity with a business plan to try and do something. After getting up to Santa Fe, we spoke with the different secretaries, and they did not have any plans, according to them at that time, to work anything up in Fort Bayard. So to me, it felt that Santa Clara is our plan, and we need to back them up 100% to do everything we can to help them. Of course, there's other buildings and other areas out there that are afforded to anyone else if they want a shot at doing something out there at Fort Bayard, and would be glad to look at that and help out in that area. Again, it was a great experience. Please get a hold of me if there's any questions you have on my votes or how a bill went. Please give me a holler. I'd be glad to meet with you. And again, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm certainly looking forward to continuing to work with all of you and the entities throughout my district. So thank you so much. God bless you all.
Anyone else with public input? Ms. Sutton?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I wanted to actually address the issue regarding the agreement that we are trying to get some resolution to regarding the dispatch. I did as I said on Tuesday, and immediately went back and tried to arrange that phone call with our attorney and Mr. Marshall, correct? Mr. Marshall, please stand up. Come on up here with me.
Address the commission.
All right. So, and I was told, or he relayed that, that he would feel better having that conversation with the attorney and myself with Ms. Webb. but that she was going to be out of town the rest of the week. So I was surprised when I came here and she was here today. I'm glad she is, because now maybe we can get that call done today. We've been going back and forth on this for quite some time, but I must tell you what my concern is. My concern is, when I read the agreement, there were some items in there that I questioned. And as the CEO of Gila Regional Medical Center, I was brought here for several reasons, but one of them is to turn around the financial status of the hospital. In doing that, I'm very, very cautious and very careful about what I sign as a representative of that hospital, especially if there's a financial attachment to it. And so if I am in question at all, I get legal representation to give me, to tell me what their viewpoint is on it. And when I did that, there were several questionable pieces of that agreement. So I will tell you this. I have been told, go ahead and sign it. It won't mean anything. You can get out of it. I don't do business that way. And I resent the fact that someone would ask me to do that. Maybe that's how things have been done in the past. And I can look at our financial status, and I can tell you that that's probably how it was in the past. But I don't do business like that. I don't do business. I don't go into contracts with a wink and a smile. I don't do business that way. And I hope that you can respect that as being somebody who is responsible for it. I know that we can work this out. I know that, because we all want this. We want to be involved in this. But I do want to stress with you, on our EMS service, the hospital itself puts in an additional $750,000 to subsidize EMS. And we do that because it's the best thing to do for this community. So when we're talking about, well, the other people do it, why don't you do it? I can't speak to them. But I can speak for my responsibility, and my responsibility is not to be bullied into something that I know is not best for the hospital. I will work on it with Ms. Webb, with James Marshall, because they are my partners. But we are going to do this the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public input?
Mr. Chairman, board members, I would just like to put on a different hat, not from the assessor's office, but as a softball player. And I do play softball with the boomers, the 50-year-olds, the 60-year-olds, and the 70-year-olds, even though I don't look that old, but it's okay. And I also play with the Morning Star softball team in Silver. And now that our lieutenant governor is a lieutenant governor, it was a senator, so now we're going to have to change our name. Tuesday, our wonderful commissioner, and I just want to say that Harvey Salas and Chris Ponce, I would just like to say from the mining district, you hit a nerve when you stated about the Baton Park and how we still need to keep it moving, keep it going. That property was bought in the 80s. And Tuesday, after the commissioners' meeting, after work at 5 o'clock, I went out there to play a little bit of softball with the boomers. And I can't believe how many kids are out there practicing soccer, baseball. You got the baseball team. You got the seniors playing. We're actually fighting with the kids who's going to get the field first. But it was quite interesting because it was appalled that the fields are not dragged. There's a lot of bad ruts on that field. And I was just hoping that you guys can actually take a look at Baton Park one of these days and see what we can do. I know that it's a walking park, but it would be nice that we could allow certain individuals like the handicap, the coaches, to bring up all their equipment to get to these fields to play. We will be continuing to work out on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and once again, when you mentioned Horace Jaramillo, back in the day, and Mary Ann has been there, Steve has been there, where the county would get together and have wonderful events, playing volleyball, events with the wheelbarrow carrier, playing softball. It's been a wonderful thing, and I hope we can be back united, and hopefully that park can be up to par. One thing that I would like to state, that there's a guy by the name of Lou Erickson. He has brought in, I don't know, 25 to 30 teams from Albuquerque, El Paso, Arizona, to play these wonderful tournaments at Fort Baird. I have played just about every ball field here in the state of New Mexico and Arizona, but there's nothing as beautiful as Fort Baird. When you're sitting out there in the batter's box, seeing the Twin Sisters, and you think about trying to hit the ball right over the Twin Sisters, you couldn't ask for anything more. One last thing, at 6 o'clock today at Miller Library at Western New Mexico University, our senators, our representatives, our lieutenant governors are going to give an update. And thanks to Dr. Manzanada, is going to be the moderator, and it's going to be at Western New Mexico University at Miller Library at 6 o'clock, and I'd really appreciate if any of you to show up. Thank you very much, Commission, and have a great day.
Thank you.
I want to add to what our assessor just mentioned. Out there at Fort Baird, when I was commissioner, we started an outdoor classroom. And I know everybody here is very, very interested in education. There's a really good one here in Silver City, and that's why I was encouraged to start an outdoor classroom at Fort Baird. It's way in the back. We started working on it. It needs a lot of work as well. But I'm not just telling you, county commissioners, work on it. We're a team here. We're all elected officials to do the right thing for this community. I'm willing to put on my jeans, my boots, my gloves, my hat. If we need to go out there and pull weeds and help our public works department, I'm not just telling you, do it. Let's do it as a team. All of us work together out there. Even if we have to raise money, flip pancakes, or whatever you have to do, let's work together as a team and let's have fun again. Okay?
Thank you. Anyone else for public input? Thank you. Okay, moving on down to the agenda, public hearing 1. An open public hearing and discussion regarding ordinance number 0-19-02 entitled an ordinance authorizing the issuance of sale of Grant County, New Mexico General Bond Obligation Series 2019.
Mr. Chairman, Luis Carrasco and Lale Delaney, our financial advisor, are both here and would like to, Luis is going to go through the changes. You've seen several versions of the ordinance as well as the documents. He's going to brief you on that, and then Lale will speak to where we are on the financial end of the bonds.
Do we need a motion to open up the public hearing?
I don't think we do. It's just it's been noticed properly.
Okay, just making sure we know. Thank you.
Chairman Ponce, members of the commission, good morning. Luis Carrasco with the Rody Law Firm, the county's bond counsel. I also have with me today Peter Kelton, an associate in our public finance group at the firm. He works out of an Albuquerque office, and he was very instrumental in helping us prepare the preliminary official statement, which is also before you this morning. And as Ms. Webb said, Lale Delaney is with us also, your financial advisor, and who will give her pearls of wisdom to us as we move forward with the ordinance. I spoke with Ms. Webb earlier this morning, and she just asked me to sort of walk you through the ordinance. I remember as a first-year public finance associate, it took me about 4 days to read these ordinances and documents because I could get about 2 or 3 sentences in and then fall asleep. But it is important stuff, especially in a general obligation issue. So as quickly as I can, I'll just give you the substance of what the ordinance provides for. So in section 1, it's basically a ratification of all prior actions of county officials and your staff here towards the election for the bonds and the issuance of the bonds. I did want to point out also that, and thank you for allowing us to postpone consideration of this ordinance. You had a venue change last month, and so in consultation with Ms. Webb, we thought it would be best to wait a month and to make the notice line up with the actual venue where the meeting was going to be, the ordinance was going to be considered, just so that we didn't give anybody an opportunity to say we didn't do everything precisely right with the ordinance. So that's why we're here this morning. And so following along with that, I did republish notice of the intent to adopt the ordinance in the Silver City Daily Press on February 25th, noticing today's date and location. So we've satisfied that requirement. Section 2 just simply declares the necessity to issue the bonds and the authority for their issuance, their sale and delivery. You're authorizing us to proceed with those things. It provides that the bonds are going to be sold through a public sale and sets the max net effective interest rate of 5% and the underwriter's discount of 1% of the aggregate amount of the bonds. Section B of that section authorizes the publication of notice of sale and the forms thereof. They're exhibits to the ordinance, so this gives you an idea of what we will actually publish in the Silver City Daily Press, should you give us the authority to go forward. We'll publish it, as I said, in the Silver City Daily Press, but we'll also post the notice of sale on Parity, which will put the financial markets on notice that the bonds are available for sale. Section 3 sets the terms of the bonds and also establishes that the final terms are to be set forth in the final term certificate. You'll recall that you're authorizing your county manager to make the final determination on what the final interest rates, etc. are, and so we provided the form as Exhibit D to the ordinance, and it shows you what that certificate will look like once it's completed, minus the final details that will be determined on the sale date. And then she will come back to you at a future meeting and report to you what the final terms of the bond are. So the final terms is set forth in that exhibit. Section 4 sets forth the redemption provisions, and those are to be established by the county manager in the final term certificate. It also establishes how notice of prior redemption is to be given. The financial advisor has requested that we make certain of the maturities of the bonds subject to redemption at a future date. So if the county decides in the future that they want to redeem those bonds to perhaps maybe get a more favorable interest rate, they can do that, and this just sets forth the procedure that the county has to go through in order to start that process. Section 5 just describes how the bonds are to be executed. You'll note that your county treasurer will be acting as the registrar of the bonds, so he will sign those bonds next month when I'm back here before I send them to DTC, and provides other provisions for that. Section 6 is a really important section. It provides that the bonds are general obligations payable from ad valorem taxes levied on property within the county, and that the county pledges its full faith and credit to the repayment of the bonds. So that means you're paying the bonds from property taxes, but if those revenues should not for any reason be available, the holders of the bonds can request that you increase tax levies or do what you need to do to get the money, or secure monies from other sources in order to pay the bonds. This is different from a revenue bond, where a certain source of revenue is pledged and the bondholders only have recourse to that particular pledge. In a general obligation issue, everything's sort of on the table. Okay, Section 7, provisions regarding the registration, transfer, exchange, and ownership of bonds. This is almost identical in every bond issue, so nothing really particular to call your attention to there. In Section 8, as I said, the county treasurer you're designating as your registrar and paying agent, but also provides flexibility for the county to provide a successor registrar or paying agent if a need should arise. It sets parameters for exercising that discretion. Section 9 simply provides that the bonds are fully negotiable instruments, and Section 10 provides the form of the bonds. So if you were curious as to what the bonds are actually going to look like once we print them up on our security paper and they're signed by the treasurer, look at Section 10 and it'll show you what it says. Section 11 governs the delivery of the bonds, and it directs that the delivery be undertaken and bond proceeds be applied to the purposes specified in the ordinance. You had a question earlier from a member of the community about how the bonds proceeds are going to be applied, and there's in the whereas clauses, it sets forth. It's actually the language exactly as appeared on the election ballot. I know the county has plans to do improvements to roads within the county and certain building improvements. I can't answer specifically what roads those are. I know the county manager has more specific plans about that, so I direct any questions on those fronts to her, but it's for allowable capital purposes within the county, and I know that includes road improvements and improvements to county-owned buildings.
Luis, if I can interrupt briefly, sure. We can just, to be clear to the public who asked the question, that nothing in there is for operational expenditures such as promotion.
That's correct. You cannot issue tax-exempt bonds for working capital operational expenditures. Or you could, but you'd have a problem with the IRS that you don't want to deal with. Section 12 deals with the tax levy and the interest and sinking fund. Basically provides that you've created an interest and sinking fund. The taxes that the treasurer collects go to that fund and are pledged to the repayment of the bonds, standard in a general obligation issue. Section 13 may be of particular interest to you, deals with the delegated powers appointed to the county manager and also parameters for the bonds that you're establishing, that you give discretion to the county manager setting certain rates within parameters that are set in this ordinance. And so this section provides that the officers of the counties are directed to take all actions necessary to affect the provisions of the ordinance and the final term certificate, provides that the county manager is delegated authority to determine certain terms of the bonds and to accept bids and to select the purchaser for the bonds on the sale date. And the parameters that I was referring to include the maximum par amount on the bonds cannot exceed $8 million. The last maturity can't be any later than 2033, so you're looking at a 15-year term on the bonds. The true interest cost cannot exceed 5%. The max coupon interest rate cannot exceed 5%. Again, the bonds are secured by property taxes levied on property in the county. The bonds are to be sold in a competitive sale. Net original discount is set at max, so basically you can't have a discount on these bonds. The underwriting discount, the compensation that the underwriter will receive for marketing the bonds on the secondary market, can exceed 1% of the bonds. The bonds shall be in the form, as we've discussed earlier, as set forth in Section 10. Sets forth the bond dates. The bond shall be dated as determined by the county manager as evidenced in the final term certificate, series date. The bonds are fully registered bonds, provides for how the bonds will be numbered, and also allows the county manager to set the redemption provisions. And Lolly, can you remind me about the bonds maturing on and after 2030 are subject to redemption? 10-year call, so the bonds maturing on and after 2030 can be called for redemption as of September 1st, 2029. Okay. Section 14, disposition of bond proceeds. So this sets forth that the permissible uses for bond proceeds. Number one being payment and interest of bonds. Sometimes you'll have certain monies in the form of premium or otherwise that aren't needed for projects, and so it authorizes you to just repay the bonds using those excess funds. So that's one authorized use. Second, obviously, is to finance the projects that you've established in the ordinance. And third, it will allow you to pay the costs and expenses of issuing the bonds, including fees, commissions, costs, expenses incurred to the county with respect to the issuance of the bonds, including but not limited to fees, commissions, costs, and expenses to or to be paid by the county directly to the registrar paying agent or any successor registrar paying agent, the financial advisor, the underwriter, the rating agencies, financial printers, bond counsel, and other attorney's fees. So you'll be glad to know that the payment of those fees aren't coming out of your general revenues. A portion of the proceeds of the bond is set aside to cover all those fees. Section 15 governs how funds created through the ordinance are to be administered. Again, these are very almost identical across all bond issues, nothing remarkable there, so I won't waste too much time there. Section 16 is important. It's your tax and arbitrage covenants. So your tax and covenants are what the IRS is going to be holding you responsible for going forward on the terms of the bond, so it's important to know what those are. Most importantly, the county is warranting that it won't do anything to cause the interest on the bonds to be included in the income tax for the bondholders for federal income tax purposes. It restricts the use of the bond proceeds to avoid making bonds arbitrage bonds. That means for the period after the first 3 years of issuance, you can't basically be earning more interest, a certain level of interest, and if you do, you have to pay whatever that excess amount of interest is to the IRS in the form of arbitrage payments. And that'll be described in much more detail in the tax certificate that we prepare for you and present to you in anticipation of closing. I mentioned that I'll be back again next month to sign all the documents, so if you have any more detailed questions about the tax and arbitrage covenants, I'm happy to address those with you at that point as well. Specifically with regard to the tax and arbitrage covenants, it requires the county to apply the proceeds of the bonds to the governmental purpose of the borrowing, to restrict the yield on investment property acquired with those proceeds, to make timely rebate payments to the federal government when required, to maintain books and records and make calculations and reports, to refrain from certain uses of proceeds, all in such manner and to the extent necessary to ensure such exclusion of that interest under the tax code, that the county reasonably expects that the amount of tax-exempt obligations which will be issued by the county during the calendar year 2019 will not exceed $10 million. This is important because we're issuing these bonds under a special provision of the tax code that says you can issue these bonds on a tax-exempt basis as long as you're not going to issue any more than $10 million in the calendar year. So your amount here is obviously a maximum of 8% of $8 million. You're not exceeding that limitation, so that'll be an important distinction upon which we issue our opinion saying that the bonds are exempt from income taxation. And then also along those lines, the county will not designate more than $10 million of qualified tax-exempt obligations for purposes of 265B3 of the tax code during calendar year 2019, so kind of the same thing. All right. It also creates the rebate fund, so as I was saying, if you're earning more interest on the bonds than then the tax account allows you to, you have to set aside that money in a special rebate fund, and that rebate fund money goes to the IRS in 5-year intervals. Section 17 is also really important. It establishes your protective covenants for the bonds. It says that the county will proceed without delay to apply the proceeds of the bonds required for the funding of the projects. As you know, there's certain required time limits in which you have to spend down the bond proceeds, and so this says you'll adhere to that. The county will promptly pay the principal or interest on and premium, if any, on the bonds at the place, on the date, and in the manner specified herein. The county will maintain its corporate identity and existence as long as the bonds remained outstanding. There's a prohibition on any extension of interest payments. And that the county will, at the time of the annual audit required by law, cause an audit of its books and accounts relating to the revenues derived from property taxes imposed on all taxable real property within the county to be performed by an independent accountant, and furnish a copy of that audit, of each such audit and reports to the owners of the bonds upon written request. And that the county agrees that any law, ordinance, or resolution of the county that in any manner affects the property tax revenues or the bonds shall not be repealed or otherwise directly modified in such a manner as to impair adversely the outstanding bonds unless such bonds have been discharged in full or provision has been fully made, therefore, or unless required consents of the holders of the then outstanding bonds are obtained. So basically, these are the covenants that the bondholders are going to be looking to make a decision about whether they want to make this investment or not, and you're making these representations that you'll follow these procedures for the life of the bonds, and it'll be an important consideration for the bondholders. Section 18 defines what events of default are. As you can imagine, not paying the bonds is an event default. Some other things that would be considered a default under the bonds, so you might just want to take a quick look at that if you had curiosity. And it also establishes what the bondholders' remedies are in the event that the county should default on the bonds. Section 21 basically says what happens if, when the bonds come due, the bondholders don't present them for payment. Basically says the interest stops to accrue, and the county doesn't have any further obligation to pay ongoing interest on those bonds. Section 22 governs the amendment of the bond ordinance. It allows for certain amendments to this ordinance prior to the date the bonds are sold and issued. So this governs the conditions under which you can make amendments before. There's a subsequent provision that talks about amendments after the bonds are issued also. Section 23 talks about how bonds are defeased, basically how they're paid off. Section 24 governs continuing disclosure undertaking, and essentially the county is promising to make certain disclosures, including those audit reports that we were talking about, and certain other annual financial information on a yearly basis that goes to the bondholders. And we've provided also in the POS as an exhibit a form of what that continuing undertaking disclosure is and the types of events that you will be obligated to report in the event that one or more of those events occur. I will point out that in just this year, or in 2018, the Securities and Exchange Commission modified Rule 15C212, which governs what disclosures have to be made, and they made two new events that are mandatory disclosures. So we've made sure there are items 15 and 16 in the continuing disclosure undertaking form. So we've made sure that you're in compliance with the new SEC rules and that you're aware of your requirements to make those disclosures if they should occur. I spoke about the form of CDO being an exhibit to the POS. Section 25, the ordinance is irrepealable and cannot be repealed until the bonds are fully paid. Typical savings clause, Section 27 authorizes us to provide notice to the public of the adoption of this ordinance. This will kick off the 30-day challenge period, basically. So if someone were aggrieved by the county's proposed issuance of these bonds, they have a period of 30 days to bring a challenge. If no such challenge is brought within those 30 days, the statute says that any further challenge on them, on the bonds, is perpetually barred. So that's why you'll notice we wait for a period of 30 days to allow this challenge period to run before we actually close and issue the bonds. And it provides what that form will say to the public. 2018 changes, alterations, and additions to documents, provides for certain alterations and additions to documents. Sometimes, and actually this just happened, we got word that the financial advisor let us know that there were some typos and some changes to the maturity schedule that they wanted us to pitch to you. So this gives us a little bit of flexibility to make changes as those occur, so long as they're not inconsistent with the provisions of the bond. So certainly it couldn't make something that exceeded the parameters that you're establishing, but allows us to make typographical errors and changes to the terms of the bonds that the financial advisor is recommending for the county. Section 29 provides the forms of the preliminary official statement and the official statement. That is Exhibit A to the ordinance, and I know I sent a couple of weeks ago the latest version of the POS, and we asked you, along with the memo, describing what your obligations as the county commission are in terms of disclosure in the form of preliminary official statement is, and if anything looks incorrect to you or was incomplete for any reason, that you let us know so that we could include that information in the POS. But the form of the POS is presented for your approval. There are some changes that I'll describe briefly with you, as I was alluding to earlier, before you approve those forms. Section 30 is the limitation on the issuance of the bonds. Basically, the Supplemental Public Securities Act was amended in 2017 to say that you have this new authority to delegate to your county manager to set those final terms, but she has limitations on what she can do. And so this authority you're granting today by this ordinance is good for basically 120 days. And if we don't issue the bonds within that period, we have to come back to you and ask for that authority again. Section 31 is the requirement for certification and form of final term certificate, presentation of final term certificate. Basically, again, that Supplemental Public Securities Act says the person that you designate as your authorized person to make those final term certificate has to prepare the final term certificate, which we presented in form to you, and come back to you in a public meeting and report to you on those final terms. So this requires her to do that in addition to the provisions of the Supplemental Public Securities Act. 32 sets forth certain conditions for the issuance of the bonds. In substance, it basically says the bonds can't be issued unless the county also signs the tax certificate that sets forth all the IRS rules that the county has to adhere to. So unless that gets executed also, you're not allowing the bonds to be issued. Section 33, I'm sure there's no problems here. Conflicts of interest, it just basically says no member of the county, the member of the Board of Commission has any conflict of interest associated with the issuance of the bonds. You're not in a position to gain financially from the issuance of the bonds. Section 34 is the reimbursement of prior expenditures. I think I discussed with you last month that the tax code does allow the county to reimburse itself for expenditures that have occurred prior to the date of the adoption. And there's some disagreement amongst bond lawyers and IRS staff about what that date is. There's a good argument that the election, when the questions about whether to issue the bonds were posed to the members of the electors of the county, that starts the 60-day clock. So you have a 60-day look-back window. So if the election date is the date that governs, you can make reimbursements for expenditures that occurred 60 days prior to the election date. If the election date is not the governing document, then this ordinance makes clear that then in that event, the day you adopt this ordinance is the kickoff date. So 60 days before today, should you adopt the ordinance, covers the period of when you can make reimburse yourselves for expenditures from bond proceeds. And so in consultation with the county manager, she's said an amount of about $100,000, if there are any reimbursement expenses to be covered, should be sufficient to cover that. So we've made that designation in this ordinance. And just a standard repealer clause that any inconsistent bylaws, orders, resolutions, and ordinances are hereby repealed, but only to the extent of those inconsistencies, and that the effective date of the ordinance is 30 days after recording of the signed ordinance in the book of county ordinances. So that is, as quickly as I could, the substance of the ordinance. I did want to mention just a couple of changes since the documents that you saw last and that the financial advisor graciously brought to our attention this morning. So in the summary notice of bond sale, there was a typo under bidding parameters, and so the financial advisor's advice is that the bonds not be sold at less than 101.75% of par. That might seem like a weird number, but that's the number that you need to generate enough premium to cover those costs of expenditures, cost of issuances that we were talking about. So there was a typo and we put 107.75 instead of 101.75. So I'll change that back before we publish that with your permission. There were also some changes to the maturity schedule. So the advice of the financial advisor is that you can make larger payments, is that right? In the earlier maturities of the bonds to sort of pay it down quicker?
Just a quick note about the maturity schedule. This is all preliminary numbers. This will change based on the terms that we reach the date of sale, so it's kind of immaterial.
It's a little artificial.
It's just what we go to market with. It will be subject to change anyway.
So I think I've covered the issues on the notices of sale or the changes that we're asking you to approve. The POS, the maturity schedule, will also be updated to reflect the terms that the financial advisor has asked us to put in there. And then there was a comment late yesterday that if the county should decide to postpone the sale date for any reason, that notice of the postponement be displayed on the Ideal Prospectus website on Parity in addition, and just changing the definition of the date of issuance from data date to delivery date, so a very minor change, and then some formatting issues. Did I miss anything? Okay. So with that, I think you have everything you need before you. Happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Any questions?
There are a number of expenses listed that you went over: underwriting, marketing, commissions, financial advisor, rating agency, printers, and legal counsel. The idea that we would sell these for at least 101.75% of par implies to me that we expect all those costs to be 1.7% or less of the total. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you think it's likely to be or less?
There's a bit of a contingency built in, and so on the closing date, when funds are wired, the amounts will be adjusted down, so we always leave a little bit of a cushion so that we price accordingly, so that none of those costs of issuances are coming out of the actual $8 million. So the full $8 million will be deposited to the project fund and be available for projects, so it'll be less than 1.7.
Great answer, thank you. And on the reimbursement of prior expenditures, you recommended $100,000. Have we actually incurred any of those?
No, sir, and I don't anticipate any.
Awesome. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Just a couple of quick updates. So we're planning to post the notice of sale and the preliminary official statement today, and that's just advertising to potential bidders. The terms and date and time of the bond sale, should they want to participate, that'll run for 2 weeks, and we'll sell bonds on April 4th, assuming that market conditions are appropriate. And as was mentioned, the county manager will be empowered to accept the terms of sale or reject the terms of sale and go back out to the market if need be. And then we will come back to you once everything is finalized and report the final terms of the sale and details, and give you some color on what the market was doing and how well we performed on that day. We'll come back to you in April. So we received ratings yesterday. Moody's affirmed its previously held rating of A2, and they noted a number of positives, the stability of the tax base, upward trend in, year-over-year expansion in assessed valuations, and they also gave a nod and acknowledged the excellent financial management of the county in terms of, a trend of surpluses leading to moderate increases in reserves year-over-year, so all positives. And it's worth noting that the negatives that were noted on the press release none of those things are within the commission or the county's control. So, for example, pension liabilities, a major issue for all New Mexico issuers, and it drags down our ratings, quite a bit. That's not within your control at all. The pension liability. So the para fund had a substantial, dramatic increase in unfunded liability year over year, and that's been, rising for the past number of years. It's basically insolvent, and so that gets passed down to you
as a percentage of, that unfunded liability is assigned to you on your balance sheet based on GASB changes in 2016, I believe. And so there were dramatic downgrades and, in New Mexico bond issuers, and we're not the only state affected by this, but that's one negative that was noted. Another negative was just the reliance on copper mining in the economy, and just not a lot, lack of, diversification that they would like to see. And then the final, there was a mention about the medical center running large deficits over, a trend of that over the past few years. But they did note that they had a small surplus in this year. So if they continue on that trend going forward, then that could have a positive impact on the county's rating as well. So all in all, ratings looked good. That should bode favorably in the market when we go to sale on the 4th. And just to give you a little bit of commentary and color on the market, so the Fed met yesterday, and based on weak economic projections and GDP, they have backed off their tightening policy, which is pretty interesting because so as recently as 4 months ago, they had indicated that they were anticipating at least 3 rate hikes within 2019. And based on yesterday's meeting, they are anticipating no rate hikes in 2019. So a pretty substantial and dramatic turnaround of their policy. They're also phasing out their $50 billion a month balance sheet runoff. They'll start reducing it in May to $15 billion a month, and then they'll halt it in September. So over the next 6 months, they'll completely eliminate their tightening policy. So there was a lot of market volatility, obviously, after this happened. The stock market took a dive yesterday. I believe they recovered a bit this morning, but this bodes well for the municipal market because it drove down yields substantially. So heading into our bond sale, this is pretty good news for us, and we're anticipating a successful bond sale. And if there are any questions, please let me know.
Any questions?
I do have one question, and I think this is just something that I just lost track of the details, but the 30 days that we have to have for anybody to complain about it, does that not, so I don't see 30 days between today and April 4th.
Oh, go ahead.
The pricing date is April 4th, when we'll actually go to the market and price the bonds. We won't actually close and issue the bonds until April 30th.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right, that's a good distinction because even though we're selling bonds on April 4th, the actual proceeds won't be available or wired to the county until April 30th.
After the 30 days.
We have a presentation today on the audit, so we've been very patient. Did Moody's and other raters, did they have access to the FY18 audit?
They did.
Great, because that was very clean for the county. So there's no sense, it doesn't sound like that the findings related to the hospital in that audit influenced the rating?
No, it did not. They actually noted that the county does not have any operational control over the hospital, although they did review it is considered a component unit and it's booked on the financials, so it does affect the county, unfortunately. But based on the surplus that they posted in FY18 and based on the organizational structure and lack of county control and the fact that the county is not obligated to financially support the regional medical center, all of that was noted in the press release so that it doesn't negatively affect or color potential bidders' opinions.
Thank you.
And just one logistical item that I wanted to point out. So I mentioned I'll be back next month with all the documents signed, ready to go. I will need signatures from the county chair, the county manager, the county treasurer, the county clerk. So if either of you will not be at next month's commission meeting, just let me know that in advance and I can make alternative arrangements to signature to make sure that we're able to close timely on April 30th.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Does anybody have any public input regarding the ordinance 0-19-02? Mr. Gamboa?
Yes, sir. Thank you again to all for the opportunity. Just reiteration of that aspect that hoping that we do keep the mining district, its infrastructure, its water needs, and of course the online coming on at Fort Bayard, which is due to, if we play it right, definitely going to be a great asset to our part of New Mexico. So just hoping we keep that in mind, that they are a very important part of the county itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else for public input? Thank you. Close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve, ordinance number 01902, authorizing the issuance and sale of Grant County, New Mexico general obligation bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $8 million.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Bill, second by Commissioner Salas. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is public hearing number 2. Open up a public hearing and discussion regarding ordinance number 19-03, 2019. I have trouble with the word all the time. Opioid. There you go. Cost recovery on public nuisance ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I have a hard time spelling it. Again, this is the same ordinance. You considered the resolution last month. It's creating the ability to take action based on treating the opioid epidemic as a public nuisance. I do recommend that you go ahead and approve the ordinance. There have been no changes since you initially received the draft of this ordinance. Just let me know if you have any questions.
Questions? No questions? Okay. Public input? Anybody for any public input on this ordinance?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve ordinance number 019-03.
Second that motion.
Okay. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So, okay, moving on, approval of minutes, item G, February 19, 2019 work session meeting minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve February 19th, 2019 work session minutes and February 21st, 2019 regular meeting minutes.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Moving down to financial reports. Item I, consideration of March 31st, 2019 expenditure report.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the March 19th, 2019 expenditure report and that we approve the financial report ending December 31st, 2018.
Any, do you have a second?
I second.
Second. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, under new business, we'll move to item L, consideration of application for the Law Enforcement Protection Fund, 2018-2019.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve application for LEPF funds for 2018-2019.
To get a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Item M, consideration to temporary suspend rentals at Baton Park Pavilion.
Do we need more discussion on this? Commissioner?
I would rather, I have one discussion on it.
I actually wanted to make a motion to table this because, according to our county manager, we're going to have a very good report before during our next work session. Because I want to see some itemized expenses on what it's going to take to fix certain items. So, at this point, I think it'd be wise to just table.
Go ahead and make that motion.
Well, I make a motion to table, temporary consideration to temporarily suspend rentals at the town.
I'll second.
We have a second, any discussion? I have a little bit of discussion, and I know it's a source of, but, since we're tabling, I think, I would like to see it in the reports coming in April. I'd like to see the money that's been spent in the parks that we have in Grant County, individually, so we can look at that also. And I know manpower is probably not, I'm not going to ask for that because that probably is something that we can't come up with. But I would like to see the dollar amounts that have gone into the parks within Grant County, so we can compare. And my biggest concern is that we're not letting, any park deteriorate, and that we continue while we go through this process to maintain them and upkeep them.
By any parks, do you mean, so how many parks do we have? Just Baton, right?
Or maybe towards not parks, but
right.
So maybe you could clarify what you mean by parks. We have Baton Park, we have the playground in Hurley. You've made comparison to availability of this in the mining district to the availability of the fairgrounds to the Cliff community. Do you want figures on that as well, or?
Everything that we have public access to, because I think if we have concerns on our parks, and we have, things that we need to update, so.
So anything recreational?
Anything recreational that our public uses, yes.
Mr. Chair, just to help staff understand, you're not intending to include municipal facilities?
No.
So just things that the county would deal with?
Right, it comes out of our county budget.
Well, I'd like to make an additional comment. Senator Ramos stated that there's a bill that could be signed by the governor that will reinstate baseball in Grant County, and also women's soccer, I think it was. Anyway, I think that we ought to have a discussion, since that is a great possibility, and so one of the things being considered is their use of Baton Park. If we could have some kind of a meeting or something with Western to see what is going, what they're considering. The reason I say this is because it will probably impact what we may do at Baton Park.
I think that's a really good idea, because I think what we're hearing from commissioners and from the public is that the public use of Baton Park is very important, and if having baseball at Baton Park is going to curtail that, we need to really understand that impact.
Well, I'm hoping the governor's going to put a whole bunch of money into
enough for a new field. Is that what you're hoping for?
Well, at least upgrades, that the college may get, maybe lights, bleachers, access roads, stuff. So I think it would be really good of us to know what kind of plans, and there's probably more than one option. If we have to sign some kind of a MOU or whatever needs to be taken into consideration to make that.
But I think the important thing is for us to understand its impact on public use.
Mr. Chair, a couple things. One, for the county manager, my concern about continuing to allow rentals there is not so much the complaints that we're fielding as expressed on Tuesday. I think we can handle that, especially with good notification beforehand about what people are getting into, but rather liability. And I would like your assurance that if we continue to rent it out at this point, we're not incurring liability because the facility is not up to par.
Commissioner Brown, I cannot assure you that we are going to diminish that liability or that we're going to increase that liability. I can't answer that question for you. It's been made very clear in the numerous discussion, the long discussion on Tuesday that that's been brought to light. So not much I can do to curtail that.
And that is consistent with my second point, which is going to be, I'm going to vote against tabling this motion. I believe that if we continue to take reservations for the facility, we will end up postponing the date at which we can start the work that needs to happen, right? Because if we take reservations for the next month and someone reserves for something in the beginning of August, either we're going to have to cancel that reservation, which I think is very poor policy, or we're going to have to wait till that's done to start the work that's needed. That, combined with my concern that we may well be increasing our liability, causes me to think actually that more prudent action is to stop taking reservations after June 30. That we would honor current reservations through June, we'd accept new ones through June 30, but we would have a date certain after which we know we can start work.
So, given what you've said, why would we continue to take reservations between now and June 30th?
Because we're going to honor the existing reservations that are out there, which go into June.
Right, but honoring existing ones and continuing to take them through June is two different things.
Well, sure, of course they're different, but they're consistent in my mind. We can't start the work until the last currently accepted reservation is taken anyway. Right, we have to wait until then anyway to start any work we're going to do. We cannot address the liabilities without doing that work, is my understanding.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're saying makes sense.
I think our attorney...
Mr. Chairman, I would say that my recommendation would be in line with Commissioner Brown. Unfortunately, you don't know how bad a risk is until you have an issue in front of you. So I think taking care of the concerns about safety and liability should be a priority.
So, go ahead.
I would just recommend that we follow what the county manager is recommending, and Commissioner Brown is also in agreement, it appears, to, at the latest, take the last reservation and set that as the ending date for taking reservations.
And I'm fine modifying it to the existing latest reservation instead of June 30.
I think that way we are accommodating as much as we absolutely can, but also putting the safety first.
And I understand what you're saying, safety, but...
We're just talking about that facility, correct?
Yeah, I hope we're just talking about that, not that area.
Not the whole part, that's right.
Right, but what I'm hearing is, and I want to table because I'd like more information on it, and I understand your concerns, but I don't see what the liability, how we're decreasing liability by allowing us to continue to rent it through June and then stop it, because we're already incurring the liability because of what we have in the books. And I also understand, that we should honor what's in the books, and I do that. Now, I hear Commissioner Brown talking about the work we're going to do. Well, can somebody please explain to me what work we're going to do on it? Because if it's work we're going to start doing, I'm good with stopping, with suspending, the rentals till we do improvements. I have no problem. So I'm hearing, while we do work, we'll stop it, and I'm hearing liability. On one side, I'm hearing liability, future liability, but we're still incurring liability right now. To me, and then just to sort of clarify, sometimes I'm not very good with words, to clarify, my biggest thing with our parks or recreational areas is, and I think we all agree with certain things here in Grant County, we don't give our kids, we don't have that much for our kids to do around here. And that's one of my biggest things is, we have to somehow make it our part as Board of Commissioners to give these young kids and even adults, like was said in the public input as far as softball. And my thing is are we treating all of our parks and are we providing the best services we can to our citizens not only in Grant County, but they come from out of town. So they enjoy these parks, and they have what they should, that is taxpayers' parks, and that's where I'm getting with that is, and then the other part on that is, I don't want certain parks or recreational areas to be deteriorated any further. You know, because in April, we may come in and say, yes, it's gonna cost $1 million, but then in July, August, it may go over up to $2 million. My thing is, let's keep up what we have, and let's be fair, and give our citizens and the opportunity to enjoy these areas. You know, so I don't know if I clarified it enough, but that's where I'm at on this.
If I could please add to what you're saying, anytime we use that, anybody uses that, the liability is going to be there. So the potential for some problem is going to be there if somebody uses it tomorrow. Okay, and I see our biggest liability out there for the building would be handicap access. And what I'm wondering is if there's a temporary fix and people that are going to rent it sign a waiver that they know what the temporary fix is. You know, maybe a small concrete pad leading from a certain door or something. But as far as liability goes, anytime anybody uses that park, any piece of that park, I'm saying if somebody stumbles and falls into another rut that's by the softball park, the softball fields or whatever, that's a liability. So maybe we need to make an inventory, have somebody go out there and make an inventory and see what can we do as temporary. Because it may be as little as adding some soil to ruts, you know, putting some paving mix into a pothole, something like that. But, and I recognize what Commissioner Brown is saying, at some point, we're just going to have to make that drop dead decision. What do we need to do now?
So if we voted to suspend rentals until our meeting next month, the 18th, rentals are still being taken through the end of June. We'll hopefully have a very comprehensive report that April 18th meeting, then we'll know what we're looking at. In fact, the county could continue to take rentals through till the end of June, right?
Or whatever the date is.
I'd like to hear from the county manager.
Okay.
Commissioner Evans, Mr. Chairman, board members, I just want to reiterate what I said on Tuesday is I can't answer all of these questions for you today. I don't know what is a temporary fix satisfactory or not. I just want to reiterate that the staff and myself are working very, very hard to have a complete, comprehensive picture for you to look at in April. I can't tell you what's legal to fill in a pothole, if that makes it ADA compliant or not. I will tell you we have made as many accommodations as we can to provide access to those who are handicapped to the pavilion. We will continue to do that. That's not going to change. But I can't answer your questions today and speculate on what we're looking at until we've explored all of our options. I'm working on scheduling meetings with Superintendent of Cobury Schools. I'm working on getting on Joe Shepherd's schedule to look at those opportunities, as well as I explained, an overview from the architect of everything that we're looking at. I can't give you a specific cost figure. All we can do is give you estimates. That's the best I can do for you today. And I know that doesn't answer your question, that doesn't help you determine what you want to do with this. I don't think there's really a good answer at this point of when you stop it or not. The issues are there, and we have to find a way to move forward and correct those.
I'd like a clarification about, so I have a visual of what I think the Baton Park Pavilion is. What is the Baton Park Pavilion?
The pavilion is, I don't know the square footage, it is a metal building. There's some controversy whether it was constructed for maintenance or not. There's varying records, there's varying opinions on that. I'll just leave that alone. It's a metal building. consists of 3 bays or 6 overhead doors over the course of the years. There's mixed opinions on whether the restrooms were original, not original. There are men and women's restrooms. There is a snack bar type area that contains like a serving area, and there is 1 heater and 1 swamp cooler.
So we're talking about, when you say bays, you're not talking about car bays, you're talking about service bays?
Well, I refer to it as a bay because you have an overhead door in and an overhead door out. So there's 6 roll-up doors, 3 on each side.
I'm visualizing 2 different buildings here. Are we talking about 2 different buildings?
You're probably thinking of the concession stand, and we're talking about the metal building that is closer to the Fort Fair Hospital.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So, how many rentals, can anyone tell us how many rentals we have on the books between now and the April 18th meeting?
I didn't get a direct number. That's part of what we will have for you in April, so that you can look at everything that's on the books, any potential pending, we will look at.
I'm asking about something that we're obligated to now prior to the April, between now and the April 18th.
I can go get that for you.
I'd like to have that, because at some level, what I think we're talking about is, given all of the discussion that I'm hearing, it doesn't seem to me like we should be renting that building at all between now and April 18th when we see that report. And that what really makes sense is on April 18th then is to decide at what date we're going to stop renting it, that sort of thing. But if we're talking about liability issues, it seems to me like we shouldn't be renting it at all until we actually understand them.
Since I think I'm the one who raised the liability issues, you know, all of our decisions are balancing acts, right? It is not my impression that the liabilities are so dramatic that we need to take, I know you're not, but I would like to say why I think I don't like that idea. We heard at the last meeting that graduation time is the time of greatest use of the facility. And among the balancing that I'm trying to do is serving the community, which doesn't have a lot of these facilities, especially during the time of highest need, but on the other hand, not delaying, maybe even speeding up the start date at which we can begin to address these issues. So, to me, it's a balancing act. I do not view the liabilities as so dramatic that we should actually cut things off now, but I do think we should cut them off as of the latest reservation we have currently taken sometime in June.
Who's graduating between now and April 18th?
I'm worried that if you stop it between now and April 18th, that you're going to start affecting the May graduation parties.
Right. No, but if I hear what Ms. Edwards is saying, Commissioner Edwards is, if there's nothing pending between now and April 18th, there's nothing pending, all we have to do is not take any additional reservations till that date. And one of the things that I wanted to do is go out there and take a look, because if we're going to rent it, maybe there's a way where we can minimize our liability by addressing one specific problem or two. So, because if we rent it, we already know there's a liability, so it's there. So, and can we do anything to minimize what our liability is?
Can I ask a clarifying question? Let's say somebody calls tomorrow and says they want to reserve for May 15th, just to pick a random date. Are you saying we wouldn't take that because it's being made now, or we would take it because it's for May 15, not before April 18?
That's a good question.
I think we would tell them, we'll get back to you.
I thought that conversation was that after the June date, we would stop taking reservations, but prior to that, the way I understood it, we would continue to take the reservations.
That's my position.
I did put something else in there that's different than that, yes.
That was my suggestion.
And I mean, me personally, I think we need to honor what already in the books, people have made plans, probably sent out whatever, so, I mean, that's one thing that we need to consider before we stop that. And my whole biggest thing on this is whatever that's county owned, that's a recreational area, Grand County people enjoy it. That's what they have, and that's what we need to concentrate and develop and upgrade to what we need to do. Now, I understand, I mean, financially, is it possible to do a lot of things that we want? No. You know, but, you know, and do parks make money? No, not really. There's more cost in maintaining them, and I'm aware of that. But what we have, we should try to keep, and we should try to do that at least for Grant County and the citizens and the people that come out.
So I want to make it really clear that I am not in opposition to that. I absolutely agree with you. I think what my concern right now is how we're going to manage what we have, you know.
And I would just see...
I'm not at all. I absolutely agree that we have to maintain and keep up our parks for people.
And for us to do that, I would just like to see, is it possible for us to minimize a liability? Go out there and see what the biggest liability is, and can we minimize it by some temporary work?
I'm going to throw a complete kink into your dates. I need you to go through end of July.
Well, that is a kink.
Sorry.
So what do we have on the books between now and April 18th?
Oh, I was counting total. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, just a thought would be, you can always just put off the decision, or you can hold off on taking additional reservations during that period.
That's what the recommendation is from 76.
And then in April, decide, do we need to fully shut it down? Do we need to
what? Fully shut it down?
fully shut that building down? Or if there was a possible organization that could, you could decide that after Charlene has given you the information that she's collected.
You know, I don't mind, and I would go for going to the end of July and after July, saying, okay, no, while we do repairs. I don't have a problem with that. What I don't want it to do is, next July, I'm sitting up here, and we're discussing it, having the same conversation, and nothing's been done to it.
Mr. Chairman, I will tell you, this is not going to be an easy fix, and it's not going to be a quick fix, and part of the issues that I encountered when I came on board here was this county's history of temporarily fixing things and never going back and fixing them again, and it's cost us more in the long run. A Band-Aid is not a solution to this, and that's what I hope to present to you guys in April. What is right and what is legal and what is, I believe that we need to be very, very careful about this. Handicap accessibility is a very litigious issue right now, and I take the liability of this county very seriously. So I want to make sure that we do this right. It's not going to be a quick fix, and it's certainly not going to be a cheap fix. And I will explore every possible opportunity to find additional funds to help us correct this, but that's what it's going to take, and it's not going to be something that we correct in a matter of weeks. I'll tell you that.
And I understand that, and again, the liability comes up, and I understand liability. I'm just saying, and I'm not saying putting a Band-Aid on it. I said, my thing is making it at least usable, minimizing the liability. I think that next, legislative session, I think that should be one of our priorities, is hopefully asking for money to update whatever recreational areas we have in Grant County. I mean, I'm sure they all need something. I haven't been out to every one of them, but, that's just a suggestion, and my thing is, if we're gonna put, I'd like to revisit it, if we're gonna say, okay, after July, no rentals, then I think we need to come back and revisit it. In the winter months, I'm not so much, about that, but the summer months are the ones that they get utilized the most. Come back and say, where are we at on it, and can we open it up?
I think we're not going to decide about the July deadline until we hear about the report, right? Is that correct?
And to answer your first question about how many that we had, and I said I'm going to really mess with your June date. So through third week of July, you have 19 schedule rentals.
Which I think speaks to the importance of that area to the community in terms of,
Some of those are listed as pending, but
And Commissioner Edwards, I would invite you, let's go take a look at it, because it's sort of hard to picture without actually being there. Maybe we can meet somebody from the maintenance department that can open doors or something for us, and then we can go in, so you can see what the big doors are, you can see what the bathrooms are, you can see what the access, and I would like to do that myself too, so I can write down and take some notes.
well, I have been in that building, I just wasn't sure which one we were talking about. But I also am not, I haven't used it, I haven't had an event in it. So where are we?
Yeah, well, I'm going to summarize where I think we are. We have a motion and a second to table this item. I'm hoping we can either withdraw the motion and second or vote it down, because the last thing I want to have happen is someone make a reservation in August at this point. So I would like to instruct the manager not to take reservations for events after July 31st of 2019. But right now, we have a different motion on the floor.
And that would be temporarily until our April meeting.
Correct. We could change it in April, absolutely.
I'll go that.
So you withdraw your motion?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Everybody out there shaking your head, run for office and come up here and see how hard this is to work out something with five different people.
I wish we could all go out there and visit as a unit, but I know that's going to be extremely difficult. So,
Actually, that kind of thing, we can just post it and do that.
well, it would be great for us to go out there, so that way we would get a clearer picture of what we're dealing with.
Mr. Chair, with the previous motion withdrawn, I'd like to move that we instruct the county manager and staff not to accept new reservations for events at the Baton Park Pavilion or Hall that would occur after July 31st, 2019.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Any more discussion?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Alden, go ahead.
I am going to just say one thing really quick. I'm actually not going to vote for this motion because I just want you to know up front that I don't think we should take any more rentals between now and the report.
Which is a very, very valid view,
It's cautious and conservative.
Well, let's have some more discussion. Could that be added to the motion? I mean, if three of us think that's a good idea, we should put that in.
That's right. If three of you think that, I'm opposed to that, but that's what this is all about. If that's the way it is, we've gotten it very close to what I want. It's not exactly what I want, and that's just fine. This is just all about our different perceptions of our responsibilities.
Well, let me tell you, when you're looking at liabilities, if somebody walks out and trips in one of our potholes in our,
that's right.
We know that exists, and we haven't done anything. There's plans in motion to do something, but we haven't done anything, so that is their liability. As far as the Baton Park, any part of that park, even if you're not going inside because it's accessible and it's feasible into it, somebody falls in a pothole or, trying to get to the door, whatever, it's still going to be a liability. Okay, so something needs to be done, and I'm saying, when you look at liabilities and you look at legal issues, it's always better to have attempted something than not done anything at all.
Which I think we could say we're attempting to do something now, right?
I agree with that.
Would you move, can I ask Commissioner Edwards if she'd be willing to move to amend the motion on the floor to not accept?
Was my motion.
Well,
So you would
So I'd have to withdraw it or we vote it down. And I actually have a response. I agree with Commissioner, yeah, we had a second.
I said,
I agree with Commissioner
So we would have to
Salas.
vote that down and restate the motion?
Correct.
Okay.
And I would urge you not to, because if you decide liability is the only factor to consider, we'd have to cease all operations, right? This is about balancing things. And as you pointed out, we have existing liabilities. We're not going to stop operating. And I think that's too drastic a step to take at Baton Park, to stop taking new reservations when there hasn't actually been an incident we're just concerned, and we've had some complaints. I don't think that's cause to stop entirely. I think we can stay open for business until we get our April 18 report.
I agree with that. I mean, liability is thrown out, liability that we have in this parking lot right out here. I mean, you know, are we gonna shut down county government? You know, I mean, I understand liability and understand where we sit with it, I understand the recommendation we've gotten, but,
Can I discuss?
no, sorry.
No, you can't.
Sorry.
And the reason I second the motion is because we can put this back on the agenda our very next meeting.
Right.
And once we have more information, we can temper what our decisions would be with the information. You know, we can go out there to the park and take a look at it ourselves. And I would go with Edward saying, all we have to do is post that we're going to be going over there as a group and let's go take a look at it. So that we have a better idea of what we're talking about.
So, I'm lost now. So what's the motion that we have?
The motion is to take no more reservations for new events that would occur after July 31st, 2019.
And we have a second. Okay.
So I think you call the motion.
Okay. Do we need no further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a good discussion.
On the job training.
Just for clarifications, if it would have failed, I would have encouraged Commissioner Edwards to make a new motion, not accepting anything, because I really don't understand what the liability issues are since it's been brought up. Just bringing up liability issues, like, since the parking lot
Is a liability.
is a liability.
You're right.
We should move on to the next.
Yeah, so what we deal with is a liability.
Commission meetings, let's move on.
Oh, we're gonna have that on the agenda again next month, so. Anyway, where are we at now?
We're on item N.
And item N, consideration, that we already went through that. Item O, consideration of evening commission meetings.
That is N.
That's all, not on
That's okay. Well, we move things
We moved it around, so. Anyways, consideration of evening commission meetings.
So I have a point of clarification here. In the motion, so all it says is we're considering evening commission meetings. It doesn't say anything about what those meetings are, when they would be held, anything like that. So, would we making the motion, would we propose something, or would we just say, yes, we are going to have evening commission meetings, and then spend some time figuring out when that is going to be, and at the April meeting say, this is when it's going to be?
So the term consideration is you are considering to approve or disapprove that. The idea behind that is I thought you were going to make some sort of decision moving forward, but if you want to just discuss it at this point and throw out some possible, maybe we also, in the conversation with the clerk yesterday, perhaps we should solicit input from all of the elected officials and department heads, not so much department heads, but the elected officials definitely should have some input in this as well. One of the things we need to consider is the election code change for the clerk. That's changed dramatically for her, so perhaps maybe this is something, I hate to say keep kicking the can down the road, but if you're not ready to determine what you want to do, then maybe we solicit more input from each of the elected officials and you get a clear understanding of the effects on each of those departments before you choose.
So I appreciate you bringing that up, because after Tuesday's meeting, I was wishing that we had heard from elected officials and from the county officials that do reports. So Earl and Mike and people like that. So I would actually like to make a motion that we table this to the April meeting.
I would second that. And do we have, at the same time, a process for gathering the information that's been suggested?
So could we just say we'd like to do that?
Yes, I will make a request to each of the department heads for their feedback, as well as all of the elected officials, and I will compile those responses and have that ready for you, including in your packet.
And the other thing that occurs to me is that, well, I'm not going to go down that path.
I am.
Be my guest.
I don't have a problem tabling it, but we need to come up with something here soon. There are citizens that would like and have expressed their concerns of having, evening meetings, and like the county manager said, we can't keep kicking it down the road. I don't have a problem tabling it, but at the next meeting, putting it back on the agenda and resolving it.
So you didn't quite go down the path I was thinking, but you were close. And I'm going to go ahead and go down that. So the other thing I would say is and this is just like more like addressing the public about this, is I would like my constituents to contact me by text, phone, or email with their thoughts about evening meetings. So I'd like to hear a little bit from the public about what they're interested in as well.
And I'd like to remind everyone, including the public who's contacting you, that two regular meetings, possibly 2 work sessions per month is also on the table, because that is still my preferred solution.
We have discussed that.
That is mine as well.
2 regular meetings, 2 work sessions during the month, having evening meetings, so,
And I certainly agree, but there's options on how we do that.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to make sure that we come up with the most logical option so that we can do that. And one of the logical options is that maybe we're going to reduce the time that these meetings take, so for somebody that wants to be in for public discussion or something, doesn't have to sit there for 2-3 hours.
So I think, actually, that's a really good point, because I was sitting here thinking about that when we're having this whole thing, and I was thinking about, we still don't exactly have the order of the agenda.
Next item.
Oh, right. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on, just maybe an idea for the commissioners, if you have an idea, like for instance, let's switch to 2 times per month, let's do this or this as far as day and night meetings, maybe just print out a calendar and write it out, and that might help staff, including me and Charlene and Bernadette, to look at these things and really think about them in advance and think, okay, is this going to work with the notice requirements? Is this going to work with the elected officials? And so that we can, get some feedback from them on your ideas of what you'd like to do. That would be helpful, probably, for us.
Actually, it seems to me like it would make more sense for you guys to propose that to us, since you're the ones that deal with the notices and having to notice things and all that kind of stuff.
Sure, but certainly feel free
How about both?
to give it to us, and we will provide feedback to you happily. Another step in this process is once you do get a plan chosen, a schedule chosen and approved, we have to go back and revise the resolution. So potentially it'll take about 2 months probably to get it up and running.
So June would be the first month that we would have the
So I
new
just want you to
schedule.
keep that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, and that's sort of what I want, just get it taken care of, in April and move on and have everything in place and done with whatever we decide to do.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll amend my motion to say, I'd like to move that we table consideration of evening commission meetings and that we have resolution to what we are going to do at the April meeting.
I'll second that, although I'm not sure what we added, but okay.
Well, I didn't actually say that in the motion, I just said table it.
Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, motion carries. This one, the next item on the agenda is consideration regarding agenda process of Board of County Commissioners meetings, if I may, Chairman. I think in the work session we talked about it, we had some good ideas, probably good to table it and come up with some better ideas.
I move we table consideration of the agenda process for board meetings.
Discussion?
I do have one point of discussion, Mr. Chair. I think it would make sense for, what would make this process, I think, a little bit easier is if we had some drafts of possible agenda order to look at. And also, maybe, I don't know that this is really a policy, but something in writing that says what we want it to look like. You know, any member of the public can apply, has to be sponsored by a commissioner, whatever.
And I think we brought up some great ideas. It's again, one of those things that we just need to discuss probably and look at what we really want to do. I mean, my biggest thing right now is that I'd like for all the commissioners to be on the same page and know exactly what's coming in, because it gives you a chance to prepare and have discussions like we've had today that, you know, we might not all agree on them, but at least we discuss them and at our public hearing discussion. So that would be great.
Mr. Chairman, just on the issues of who is going to be on the agenda versus who's in public input, maybe run those ideas by me in advance if you can, because just from our last meeting, I mulled over some of the things that I was thinking might work, and I'm already thinking of why those would not be a good idea. So if you could stop in, and I'm mainly talking about First Amendment issues because you really have to think through them. And I like to sleep on things, as many people know. So if you could, stop by with your idea in advance, that way if it's something that I'm just like, oh, that's really going to put us in a bad position, you'll know before you...
It's not so much that we want to stop anybody from coming into our agenda and be put on the agenda. That's not the thing of sort of where I brought this up. Is anybody's welcome to put an item on the agenda, and we even say it here, please request the form and get on the agenda if you want a question and answer. That's not the intent. I think the intent here is that the commissioners somehow get informed of items being put, and I know I've heard no this, and I've heard this and that, so they can be prepared for certain conversations, or if they'd like to have somebody come on the agenda and talk against it or for it, and that, I think that's more of the discussion that we've had, trying to be fair and making sure our commissioners are well informed of what's coming.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I will let you know, Bernadette made a phone call yesterday. It is not an option in Novus for you to be able to get a notification every time we do something. That is a staff function, not intended as a board function. There's two different platforms that we work with. So that's not going to be an option. So one of the things I would request that you consider as you're mulling this over in the next month is, do you want, what I'm hearing may not be correct. Every time I add something, I'm supposed to notify all five of you, or, what is it that, I'm a little unclear that we email you every time we add something, or, so I need some little clearer direction than the conversation that happened on Tuesday.
I certainly don't want that, but I don't know if anybody else does. I'm already over notified. But what I do want...
See, I'm under notified. That's the issue I'm having right now. I don't have I understand conversations going on, this and that, but as a chair, I am under notified. And maybe it's my fault that I do set up a weekly meeting with our county manager. But I would like, and being fair to everyone else, I would like ample time, and I'm not saying ample time, I guess, because there's time frames, but when something comes on the agenda, I'd like to sit there and look at it. And also, I understand we have meetings as far as what goes on the agenda prior to it and an explanation. I see that. But I think the more notice, the better we are.
Mr. Chairman, if I could address part of that, I realize that I have a weekly meeting, I've had that for the last year with the previous chair, and as I explained on Tuesday, and what continues to happen, as we are violating our own policy. So there are things that I get phone calls many times from commissioners asking for things to be placed on the agenda after our deadline, after I've met with you. I try to push it as close as I can to meeting with you prior to when we have to publish the agenda to the public. There are things that continue to get added. So one of the other things I'd like you to consider, that if you're going to come up with this process, is that whenever one of you asks for something to be placed on the agenda after I have met with you and gone through the agenda, I hope that you would support me when I say, no, Commissioner, I am not able to add that item to the agenda. So, I mean, I would hope that you would think about the position that we're in as trying to keep you notified, and I will take full blame. I didn't notify you of the certificate to P&M because I didn't feel that it was worthy of a phone call. I understand that it is now, so I take full responsibility for that. But if we could just have some, a little clear picture of
You know, I don't
who
think,
the rule applies to.
I don't think, I'm thinking of, being informed. I mean, I would hope that each commissioner on this board would understand that there's timeframes, and if you tell them it's not within the timeframe, that they will just drop the issue because of the violation of the law. So I think that would hopefully take care of itself.
Well, we didn't violate the law, but it seems that it's our policy that we say 10 days. Well, there's a lot of times that the board has requested us to place things on the agenda after that 10-day. All I'm asking is for you to consider, as you're developing whatever policy you want the staff to use moving forward, that who does it apply to?
Well, it should apply to all of us. If we say 10 days, it should apply to every single one of us. And I don't think anyone should push the issue on that. So, and if it does happen, I'll tell you, I fully support you saying no. And you can go from there.
If it's a decision of the board and not just one commissioner saying something, then that's something we're going to comply with.
Okay. And see, I would really want the agenda on maybe the drop dead date of the publication, so that I can do my due diligence if I see necessary. So if I need to research something, go look at something or whatever, that way I can do it. And I have no excuse for not doing it if I got it on an email. And even if I don't go to Novus, I'm sure it can be emailed.
I think we've all expressed an interest in having notice. That's what we're after.
Yeah.
I don't need to be notified every time something's put on the agenda, but at a certain drop dead date, I'd like to know what's on the agenda. I don't know if that's 5 days or whatever, but, and that's not, County Manager Webb, as you're listening to me say that, you understand that you don't have to act on what I'm saying because it's not, no decision has been made by this body.
Any further discussion? So we may have a motion second to table, correct? Yes. No further discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Next item is consideration of the 2018 Volunteer Firefighters Annual Report Form for PERA.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the 2018 Volunteer Firefighters Annual Report Form for PERA.
I second.
Motion and second, any discussion? No discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Going to the next item under agreements, consideration of agreement number 8-19-07, Aging and Long-Term Services Department for the purchase and installation of milling equipment in the Gila Senior Center.
Mr. Chair, if I may, since A1907 and A1908 are the same but for two different locations, I move that we approve A1907 and A1908.
We have a first, somebody second?
I'll second that.
Please second by Commissioner Billings. Any discussion? No discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. item S on this agenda here, consideration agreement of 8-19-09, joint powers agreement by and between the County of Grant, Town of Silver City, City of Bayard, Village of Santa Clara, Town of Irving, and Western New Mexico University regarding consolidated public safety answering point. Would it be okay for me to discuss something right now on this or later?
We need to know if we have a signature.
Well, and that's what that's sort of where I want to go on my discussion. And I think that, when we looked at this and it's probably, and I'm going to say, I'm not going to blame the commissioner, but I'll take the blame for it. I think we went in and we gave our county manager maybe the wrong course of action, because what we need to do, and that was, I'll take the blame for that. Basically, the way I understood it, correct me if I'm wrong, we told county manager to see if we could get the signature from Gila Regional Medical Center within the 2 days. Well, we had discussed a little bit about this, and what I think we need to do is, because of the Grant County Regional Dispatch Board, they went ahead and they had voted. Chris, yeah, explain that to you, please, a little bit.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I know what the directive was, but I had a telephone conversation with the chairman of the board, Mr. James Marshall, who has been patiently sitting in the audience for this item to come up, asking the county to go get a signature on a JPA that has not been approved by the Regional Dispatch Board is undermining the authority of that board. The version that you have in front of you is the version that was approved by the Regional Dispatch earlier this month. It is not the previous version. That board, and I would like for the newspaper to correct this, because the title of his article, and I'm not sure he's hearing me, is incorrect. The county did not vote to disclude Gila Regional Medical Center from that JPA. The Regional Dispatch Board took action to move forward because we have waited very patiently to try and get Gila Regional on board. It is completely voluntary whether they choose to participate or not. We are going to move on without them because public safety for our first responders and our law enforcement agencies are critical. So we made the decision as a board to move forward. To back up and get a previous version that is no longer on the table as far as dispatch board is considered is undermining the authority of that board. This is a new JPA replacing the last one because we are removing Gila Regional from that JPA. They are no longer a part of that JPA. Every organization within the Regional Dispatch Authority is taking this version back to their respective boards for approval. The previous version, including Gila Regional, is not on the table anymore. I would hate for you not to approve this version, but I hope that you would understand the many, many, many months of work that's gone into this to try to get them on board. We're to a point where we have some work to do, and they're not on board, so we're moving forward.
I was very clear that that's what we were doing on Tuesday.
Well, I appreciate that. You were better than I, because I caused all that confusion, and I apologize. It's very kind of you to take the blame, but I caused the confusion by trying to give Gila Regional one more chance, and that enthusiasm to bring them on board got in the way of remembering that the previous JPA had been taken off the table, that the board I'm a part of had already moved forward without them. So I apologize. I think I'm the main source of that confusion, and I support this motion. Well, I haven't made a motion. I support this when we do make a motion. In fact, I'll move that we approve this JPA.
And I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
Well, go ahead. Mr. Chair. I'm glad County Manager Webb brought up the article in the paper, County News to Cut Hospital from Dispatch, because it was, as she explained, and there was, on this committee, if I understand correct, Mr. Brown.
On the board.
It's a board.
The board, you and the county manager both on that, and it involves Silver City, Bayard, Santa Clara, Hurley, Western New Mexico University, anyhow.
The existing board also involves the hospital, for what it's worth, right? We're moving from an existing board to a new one.
Okay.
We're still in the existing board mode, and the hospital still has a vote on that too, but they haven't attended for some time.
Well, I just want to say that I ran into one of the trustees at the park, and he's confused as to why the hospital didn't sign it. I talked to another trustee. He's a little confused as to why the hospital hasn't signed it. I did, however, hear Miss Arias. She evidently feels it's not in the interest of the hospital. Anyhow, it doesn't have to be about personalities, and I don't think it has to be this big, huge thing. I think we're ready to approve it and move on. As the board said, these JPAs can be amended if at some point the hospital wants to be on it bad enough. GRMC, I guess they'll come back. They'll meet with you and make those arrangements. They'll, or they won't.
They could, sure.
And we could have an amended agreement. So I don't think GRMC's been cut out of this from my way of looking at it. We can still come to terms at some point, or the board and GRMC can.
Commissioner Edwards.
Seems like, it's just like a conversation. What seems like their recalcitrance is why they're not in this agreement. Is that correct? Long term. So I just want to acknowledge that James Marshall and Barb Schakowsky are here, and do either of you have anything you want to say? You don't have to, but if you want to.
I'd sure welcome that too.
Go ahead, yes, Mr. Marshall.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, it appears that we may already have the vote, so I'm really hesitant to say anything that might endanger that.
I don't think that's possible, but I'm only speaking for myself.
And I don't want to rehash the last year, but I want to reassure the Commission that we have had dozens of communications, dozens of requests for meetings throughout the last year.
In December, the JPA was sent out. The original JPA was sent out in March of 2018, and in December of 2018, we got a recommended amendment to the JPA with 56 amendments. And we're looking at 9 months after this was presented. We can't deal with this. As early as February 12th, I believe, they asked for dates to meet. We provided them the same day. We have yet to hear. So the board has modified the JPA to take in consideration that we've gone from 7 partners to 6, and we have had to adjust everybody's contributions relative to that change in the number of participants in the JPA. We are hoping that the net effect will be 0. The county's participation went up 3%, and we're hoping that through a fee for service that we will be invoicing Interregional for their services that they cause through dispatch, and your contribution would go back to the 35% through a paid invoice. There is no guarantee that they'll pay their bill. That's just a reality. I think, Commissioner Billings mentioned earlier that we're all sitting out here shaking our heads, and to sit up there and have 5 people come to one decision is difficult. I've been there. We have had 6 agencies, all with 5 or greater member boards, agree to the first JPA, and no doubt will they agree to this JPA. The one board that we have not been able to satisfy is Gila Regional. We have to move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have one real quick question, and number one, I guess, would be, I totally respect that's why we have different boards, we have commissioners on boards, and
in other department, or I should say more city leaders, on these boards, but just for peace of mind, this will not affect the citizens as far as the services in any way, would it? I mean, the call is gonna come in and they're still gonna be handled the way they should. Because I understand law enforcement, fire, ambulance, I see all that, I understand that piece of it. But I'll be honest with you, in all my years of law enforcement, I never thought about Gila Regional and the dispatch service for there. I just know that an ambulance was there when we called for one. So it's not gonna affect anyone, right?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the short answer is no. However, the level of service provided to Gila Regional has to be considered by the board. Gila Regional, if their nursing supervisor wants to contact the ambulance, they call dispatch and have the ambulance service paged. That's them calling themselves through dispatch. If they want to transfer a patient out of the hospital to Las Cruces, they contact dispatch and have an ambulance paged to them. However, they're continuing to increase the requests of levels of service through dispatch, but they're not playing well with others. So every 911 call will be handled as seamlessly as it has in the past, and will continue to by the best practices for dispatch. However, going forward, the non-critical services will have to be evaluated by the board.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Call the vote?
Yes, sir. We have a motion, right?
Yeah.
I was wondering the same thing. Yeah. Okay, we have a motion. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Barb.
Thank you, guys. So, moving on down the list here. Let's do that.
Mr. Chair.
They're looking at me now.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve resolution number R19.
I move we do not do that. I move we table resolution R19.
I withdraw my motion.
I need a second. I'll second.
Okay, there's any discussion?
Why are we doing this?
Well, Tuesday we went around quite a bit, and it was noted that the resolution does not reflect current practice, so we need to reword it at least for that reason.
And there was an ample time to reword it by today.
Because I did have some.
I asked for more time, because Abby and I didn't have time to make the changes and look through it between Tuesday and today, so it's my fault, so I'm the one that asked to get this handled.
Okay, so we have a motion to table. One second. Commissioner Jones?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, I'm going to sneak this out here and hope for the best. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve resolution number R19-25, acceptance and approval of the fiscal year 2018 audit.
I'll second that.
The auditor is here, so you might include her in the discussion.
That's sort of why I asked, can we do that?
So we can have the discussion, including
She
her
can do
after
that in
the...
discussion.
Yeah.
So consideration of resolution R19-25, acceptance and approval of fiscal year 2018 audit.
So I made the motion and I thought we had a second.
We did.
Yeah, so discussion.
So discussion.
And Harry just went to get some notes, so I know he has some
Yes,
discussion.
He said he'd be right back.
Yeah, he said he'd be right back.
I am Debbie Gray, the CPA shareholder with Kriegel Gray Shaw, that our firm performed the audit for June 30, 2018.
No, Commissioner Brown had questions last time, he's been walking in and out.
Okay.
We're not getting any general presentations, just questions?
Well, I can certainly give it to you.
No, that works for me.
That's what I thought I was doing.
We're in hurry mode.
Okay.
You thought you were doing which?
Presentation, but that's fine.
We have her to present the audit here, which is kind of what we're required to do.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
Making a presentation.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, and then we ask you questions after.
Okay. Your audit on page 2 has the auditor's opinion on the financial statements, and that opinion says that the financials are fairly presented in accordance with the accounting principles. Page 5 is the government-wide financial statement, which includes the component unit as well, and shows all the activities of the government and all the long-term assets and liabilities. Page 8 is the fund financial statements. And this includes all the activities by fund, which is what normally the county uses to manage the financial activities of the county. This statement is all governmental funds and therefore does not include any long-term assets or long-term liabilities. There's a column that says other governmental funds, which is a combination of all of the non-major funds of the county. And those combining funds, showing you all those individual funds, are in the supplementary information of the report. Then on page 12, we show the major funds budget to actual schedules, how they performed in accordance with the final adjusted budget. And then page 13 is the fiduciary funds, the funds being held by the county, usually temporarily, the majority of that being the property tax, as they receive it and then pass it through to the other agencies. I'm not going to touch on any of the component unit information, but that's in here as well. Page 16 is the notes to the financial statements, which gives additional information about the various different accounting procedures, policies, and such. Then on page 61, there are schedules that are required for para and OPEB liabilities. These schedules are showing the county's portion of the liability and other data. These schedules will build up for 10 years, and so eventually you will have 10 years of information there. Then the one for the OPEB liabilities, which begins on 65, this was the first year that liability came into play, and it will again look like paras and will accumulate for 10 years, and again provides the liability and the county's portion of that liability. Supplementary information beginning on page 68, again is the non-major funds individually, so you can see any fund that the county's activities that compose of county activity in here and see what their financial situation is, both assets and liabilities as well as revenue and expense. And that goes on for many pages. Then on page 94, we begin the section for other supplementary information. This is additional schedules that are required by the New Mexico State Auditor just for additional information. Then on page 104 is what we refer to in accounting lingo as the CFA schedule. The schedule of expenditures of federal awards shows what federal funds the county expended during the year. And this determines whether we have a single audit or not. And a single audit then is required if the county expends more than $750,000 in federal funds, which it did. And therefore, we have to do a risk analysis of the varying funds, or the varying federal funds, and audit for compliance the particular funds that are high risk.
Excuse me, could you, what do you mean by that? So we're getting money from the federal government, and if you determine that they're high risk, what does that mean exactly?
The risk analysis or assessment is based on a lot of different criteria. For example, is it a new program to the county and therefore maybe a higher risk because it's new? The compliance requirements are more.
So we're at risk of not being in compliance, is that what you mean?
There is a risk, yes, that's what it's referring to. Okay. Or that the dollars are extremely large, or that there's a lot of pass-through money. There's lots of different criteria. The criteria is spelled out not by the auditor, but by the uniform guidance standards from the federal government.
Okay. So if we had a lot of practice on one of those grants, the risk might be lower?
Yes.
Okay.
That's potential. Or if you've had findings in the past with regard to it, there's a lot of different criteria. Okay, so then on page 107 is the internal control report, which is over the financial statements and financial reporting, and it includes compliance and internal control. And basically, as part of the audit, we look at the control systems to make sure that they adequately provide for certain controls so that we can rely on financial data as it gets recorded in the accounting system. And then whether we have complied with certain other compliance requirements, whether it be state, compliance with regard to pledging collateral or any other kind of state financial compliance, travel regulations or any of that. And then on page 109 is our report on major federal programs, and that's what a program is determined to be major if it meets the risk assessment. So during this audit period, we had no internal control findings, which is really great. It tells you that the county is doing a good job of managing their financial requirements. On the programs, we did have one compliance finding, and it was on a program, the Schools and Roads program. Not a very difficult program per se, but it hadn't been audited in a while, so it rose to the top of the risk assessment. And it was, the county had not received the funding in the prior year, so and so in the current year, they received funding, and in order to start spending the money, the county is required to give no public notice that they've received these funds and are going to begin expending them, and that public notice was not made. That was the compliance finding. And that is the only finding that the county incurred during the year. Now, all these other findings that are in here relate to the component unit, so I will not discuss those. I was not their auditor, so I'm not as familiar as they would be.
Thank you. Any questions? I do have some, Mr. Chair. I know that we're running late, we're hungry. I'll try to be fast, and being fast is made much easier by the excellent job you guys did. Congratulations, Linda and Charlene. Having been audited many years myself with a much smaller operation than this one, I'm amazed that one finding is all you had. So really well done. So I'm going to try to skip some of these. You said you weren't going to comment on the component unit. One of mine was about how they're reported as having a surplus in fiscal year 18, and I thought they reported to us they had a loss of $1.2 million. I went back and found it in the minutes. Do you know how to reconcile those two figures, the $1.5 million difference?
No. As far as our responsibility with that component unit audit, we did not take any.
Yeah.
So their auditor would have to answer to that, or the organization. So they may have been referring to a different level of accounting. I don't really know.
I would guess so. Do we know who their auditor was?
It's just such a large discrepancy.
What page was that?
Well, page 7 is one of the places where it appears. It shows up elsewhere. That shows the surplus. And it was just the minutes from, I can't remember if it was July or August, that is where they reported a $1.2 million loss for that fiscal year. There's also on page 7, there's an enormous restatement of $5.2 million of our beginning year assets. I think I found maybe 3 million of them, and no 15, but what the heck is up with $5.2 million restatement?
It's basically capital assets, and it's a monster to maintain. So we have a large database of every asset in the county. And what was happening with the schedule was that it was not properly grabbing all the assets and calculating the depreciation appropriately. So we found that, along with the county personnel, we identified those numbers and corrected that. And that was the correction.
Okay. Thanks. Presumably, like I asked earlier, the bond evaluators and the rating folks, they had this, so they're not making their assessment on a bad model, they're making it on a corrected model. So thank you for correcting that. On page 12, shows that we had originally budgeted $88,000 of investment income. We ended up showing an investment loss of $17,000. I had a brief conversation about that with the treasurer, but it's worth, I think, having that explanation in public.
Right. The county keeps its records, on what we call the book basis for our cost basis for investments, what you put in and what you receive in earnings and whether you reinvest or not. But at June 30th, we look at the market value of the whole investment portfolio. And that market value fluctuates, obviously. And so the loss was incurred due to a market fluctuation in that portfolio during the year.
To further explain, and I really wasn't anticipating this question, but I have had a discussion with our bond person that works with me. All of our stocks and bonds that we have, the market value that is stated is not what we paid for it, because it's whatever the market is at the time. But we don't buy and sell these bonds and CDs and so on. We buy them and we hold them. So by the time, anybody's welcome to come and look at the reports that I have, and I do the quarterly report that I sent to Linda that she forwards to the state. Our stuff is always going to show the market value lower than the cost, because that does not show, we will never lose a penny of the principal. By the time that the stock or the bond matures, it will be at its full face or par value. And we will get, like, for example, we don't buy anything over $250,000 because it's covered by the FDIC. Okay, so by the time it matures, we get the $250,000 back, full face value, plus we have received interest payments all from the time we purchased it to the time we've redeemed it. So all of that has been recorded. Now, before, our previous auditors told us, don't ever record anything because we'll do all the recording and adjustments at the end. With these auditors, we get a report from our broker that we deal with, and it shows us increase or decrease in value, and they have asked us to record that. So not only do we record as revenue the interest that we were paid during that month, but whatever fluctuations there are, we record that as a change in value, whether it's negative or positive. The last couple of months, we've had tremendous gains, like 35,000 in 1 month. But previous, we've had $5,000 and $6,000 decreases in the market. It's just, like I said, and I get.
Can I say just a minute? Because of the types of securities you're investing in, the majority of your decreases in the market or increases are due to interest rate risk. So you're holding, relatively fixed rate securities, but because when the interest rate fluctuates in the market, then your securities may not be very sellable at that point, thus their market decrease. It doesn't mean you're losing money. Yeah, if you were investing in mutual funds and equities, that would be, a far different story. But in this case, it's because of the interest rate risk, because of the fluctuation in interest in the market.
So let me continue the clarification. The vast majority of our investments are CDs, right?
Yes.
Certificates of deposits in banks. I never even think of those as having a secondary market.
Right.
You hold a CD.
Right.
And yet these are being valued as if there were one?
Yes, they can be. And there's different kinds of CDs. There's the straight out type, go to the local bank and CD, but there's also marketable CDs that are purchased.
And is the former affected by interest rate risk or only the latter?
Not the former so much, but there is still some. I mean, obviously you can be below the curve, but mostly the latter.
So I guess really what it comes down to is why are we budgeting for investment income? It seems like if the number in the end is going to be determined by markets at June 30, a year or more away from when you're budgeting, we should just not even budget those.
Well, the budget process is on a cash basis, so you're budgeting for spendable funds. And so when you're receiving income, interest, that's what you think you're going to actually receive. So the budget process is on a cash basis, whereas these financial statements are on a full accrual basis.
Okay.
So you're looking on a budget basis. When you're budgeting revenue, you're budgeting what you think you're actually going to get that you can spend.
That's it. Okay, that's a really good point.
And we can show you the report of the interest that we're earning. We're collecting interest every month.
And we actually collected as much as the $88,000 we budgeted?
Yes.
More than that.
More than that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you see, just because of the way the system works, that we have to declare that decrease in value. That's what's throwing that into the negative. It's not that it's worth less when we get to the point of maturity. Plus, we've also gained the interest.
Just a projection, right? Am I understanding this? So it's just like a projection, right?
Yes.
You anticipate?
Yes. When you're budgeting, you're anticipating what you're going to actually receive that's expendable. Yeah.
Let me make sure this is correct too. Let me ask you this. My understanding, my take on it is that the market value that's there, if for whatever reason the county got itself into a financial condition that we had to liquidate, we would not, what's at whatever market value is for that CD, that's all we would get.
Right.
But the difference whether we got a gain or a loss would be how much interest have we collected from the time we borrowed or bought that CD to the time it matured. And if we had to liquidate it, yeah, we possibly would have a loss, but that's because we didn't hold it long enough for it to mature. And then
just because interest rates went up and we locked in a lower rate.
Right.
That's all that really happened.
Exactly.
But the principle's safe as long as we hold it.
Right. Is that all? Can I move on? Yeah, okay. There's a list of a schedule of joint powers agreements, page 101. there are a couple missing. Is that supposed to be a complete list?
It should be.
So maybe, it might be more than a couple. Just
Yeah,
off the
there
top
could
of
be.
my head.
So we'll need to look at that closer.
The cap entity is not there, and that's at JPA.
Yeah.
And the Regional Dispatch Authority we've just been talking about,
Mhm.
it struck me there might be others that I don't know about.
Right, so we'll to get with Linda and get that more complete.
I don't see it.
On page 101?
Yeah, I've got 4 on there.
Yeah, there are 4.
Oh, it's the one that's listed as municipal. Thank you. So it's just the cap entity that isn't the same thing as the water planning group. I think I'm almost, oh yeah. Yep, all the rest of them, I already asked the hospital. They were about the component unit.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I want to make a brief comment. So way back on November 7th, we had the exit conference where the auditors came and attended. As chairman of the commission, I attended that meeting. Manager Webb was there, and Linda. Steve, were you there? Yeah. Right. And then Ms. Gray and a couple of auditors were there. And so I listened to the discussion of no findings, and I thought, okay, great. And I think it was Mr. Can you remind me who's there with you at that exit meeting?
Was it the meeting?
Was her name Faiza?
Oh, Blair.
Yeah. Really drove the point home that this is, and in fact, I think her words were, it was a long time ago, but back in November, her words, this is a big deal. She doesn't see this in audits.
I think it was me.
That was you, okay. Yeah, so it's hard for me to remember back to November. And that's the point I wanted to make today, and in the way of, that's the long way of thanking Manager Webb, Linda, the staff, all of you, for the exceptional performance. And I think it goes a long way in saying that the community can have confidence in the way the money's handled, their taxpayer dollars are handled here. And it surely meant a lot to me that you drove the point home several times. I think it was repetitive. I think you wanted to make sure I got it. This is really a big deal. This doesn't just happen across the state.
We don't do many that have that result.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve Resolution R 1925.
I'll second it.
Oh, yeah, we already did that. No, I've lost track. It's getting late.
Edwards and then Commissioner
Call the vote. Good thing you're on the ball. Yeah, right?
At least I remembered I seconded it because I did it.
Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
All right, thanks. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve resolution number R19-26, resolution amending the approved and adopted budget for the fiscal year commencing July 1st.
I'll second that.
And we had discussion on Tuesday, so I don't need any myself.
All those in favor? Okay, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve resolution number R19-27, resolution to enter into a cooperative agreement between Grant County and the NMDOT. Second motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve resolution number R19-28, authorizing submission of an application for airport aid to the FAA. I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Mr. Chair, I recommend we consider Resolution R1929, the Utah Advisory Board member appointment, reappointment, I guess, of Commissioner Edwards.
I second that. You willing to do it? I am.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I keep looking for another page. It seems like they're on the other page. Comes to interrupt stuff.
Okay, Commissioner reports. Commissioner Brown, please.
Yeah, I only want to say that we should have lunch at our executive session. That's all from my comment.
I second it. Commissioner Wood.
Mr. Chair, I just want to reiterate thanks to Charlene and Linda and all the staff for the awesome audit report. And I just want to follow up on something that Commissioner Billings said in that, and we talked about this a little bit on Tuesday, that it seems like oftentimes people don't hear the good things that are coming out of the county. And I think it is really, really, really important for people in this community to hear and understand that that the county staff is doing a great job of taking care of their taxpayer dollars. So, thank you very much.
I wanted to talk about, in the interest of time, the executive session. Mr. Salas had to leave. Is there a way we could consider tabling that or having a special meeting to consider what we're doing? Or is it, yeah, or is it more urgent than that? We've already talked about the opioid. We've already talked.
I still have some more updates for you, but it's not
Oh, well,
a
then.
thing. And you could just stop by my office, sorry, if you'd like, and I can just give you a little overview. It literally would take 10 minutes.
I don't mind having that part of it. I just meant the other part.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's less relevant. No, I didn't make that clear.
I would like to have all of the commissioners there, so that makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay.
I would just like to say that we have been kicking this can down the road for months. And so I would like to explore the possibility of a special meeting to handle this.
I would too, and I think the reason we've been kicking the can down the road is because it gets about 1 o'clock and everybody's
That's
hungry.
right.
Our brains aren't functioning. I think a special meeting, we'd come in fresh, probably be able to handle this and hopefully quickly and get it done.
I agree. Yeah, we need to get something done with this. Commissioner report?
No, I don't think so.
You know, the only thing that, on the commissioner report that I have is thanking, of course, that audit was great. Thank you. Linda, county manager, and all the staff that have part in that. That's very, very good. You know, and I don't want to embarrass Bernadette, but I think Bernadette's been doing a great job too. I've been asking her for a lot of things and going in there, and my first word sometimes is help, not how are you, how you doing. So I really thank you for the work that you're doing and the patience there. Just under commissioner report, what I'm a little curious about is, and I'm not sure, but when we get reports from elected officials, department heads here, but I have not heard any report from Correcaminos, or is that, I mean, I don't, maybe you can educate me a little bit on that as to...
Usually, a lot of times Randy will include that in his report because Kim reports directly to him. What I typically try to do is request her to come quarterly and give a report to you in county reports. There's not a whole lot of change that happens month to month, but I can certainly have her attend monthly if you would prefer that, or I'd be happy to answer any questions or concerns or...
I'm not saying maybe monthly, but I mean, 2 new commissioners on the board, it'd be great just to hear from her, get to know her, and see what, what she has to say about this. Because I appreciate the reports from your staff and then from the elected officials. It keeps us going. So, yeah. Okay.
Commissioner Ponce, I don't want to sidetrack what you're suggesting, but I will just say what I did at one point. I had a lot of questions about Correcaminos, and so I met with Randy, and he called and he called Kim, and we probably had about an hour discussion. And boy, she really brought me up to speed, and it was just a one-on-one meeting where I could sit and ask questions, and actually helps me a lot because she painted a very different picture than I had preconceived. So I found that very useful. Might consider that.
I might consider that too, but I'd sure like for something also for people from the county to hear from her, and because I do get questions about Correcaminos, and I don't think the public's too much of work, what's going on there, what's happening there. In my report here, the other part of this is I've had, especially one for the website, and even maybe some of the routes and all that are outdated. I'd like for somebody to be looking at that, because part of being a commissioner is part of our job, and giving that to you, so I don't get involved with your, with employees and personnel matters, but, just letting you know that is one thing that's been brought up.
And I did bring that to her attention. You're not the only one that's brought that up, and she assured me that she had gone through and made sure that it was current, but I'll follow up with her again just to make sure.
And to be fair with her, I haven't gone on there, I'm going to say in the last 3-4 days, so I'm not sure if it has, so that's it. Other than that, that's all I have as far as Commissioner report.
Mr. Chair, I will, this isn't exactly a report, but it is in response to the special meeting. I will take on getting all of us into the same room for a special meeting.
Oh, you don't want to set a time now, a date now?
Oh, we could. Well, no, because I'll be here. Right. I knew I had a reason for saying that.
Good thinking.
I'm hungry. We're going to start eating snacks. So I'll...
So we're done with the Commissioner report, so if we go to the next item on the executive session.
Mr. Chair, I move that we table the executive session that we have scheduled to a date to be determined, but to happen prior to the April meeting.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. For that, do we need a roll call or not? Not for that. Okay. Any discussion?
I just want to be clear, does our county attorney want us to come by for some update, or did we get everything on Tuesday?
No, I think a little bit more, but what I was explaining is that it's not an emergency.
Sure.
But we can also kind of say, in the alternative of having a special meeting for that particular issue, you could just stop by at a time. It really just take about 10 minutes.
Let's do that.
So the special meeting then would just be on the county attorney, county manager, items B, B, and CC.
Right. Thanks.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adjourn.
A second.
Okay, discussion all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.